Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy's foul with disgusting, it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your digits, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your digits, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget.
built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We LPD. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain to the power. Our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card. Backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land
one to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Killing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study dope, trip, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a pool face. The agent type, with the prune face. Like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones, cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud, where y'all from? Where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, Lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like Point made, no edit, no care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Terry Crummer, and we're joined with the other host, Lady Terry, in the background, and we got Shabaka Sankor, our West Coast correspondent, in the building, in the place to see, and on this season 6, episode 18, part 2 of the Front Line Blacc News. We'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1, and that is a 103-year-old Black American in LA faces eviction while everyone else gets help. Black woman wins $15 million after boss calls her entitled N-word. Then Breonna Taylor's mother speaks out against DOJ's move to dismiss former Lewis Media Metro PD officers' charges. Then rapper Mystikal from No Limit pleads guilty to rape charge and faces 20 years in prison. And then he sent Cash App afterwards. Then New Yorkers raise over Mayor Mamdani's extreme estate tax proposal. Black Americans can trace their lineage back to slavery using free records. Gabrielle Union counsel for calling Black men weak for not voting for Kamala Harris. And Jack Harlow says he's got Blaccer with his music. Please join us on like and subscribe to the podcast, to Broadcast Family. And please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Front Line Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Front Line Blacc News, which we're being shadow banned apparently. Front Line Blacc News 2. The backup channel, make sure you sub to that. My personal page, Jesse Paris, aka Chain Crewman. Make sure you sub to that. And we got Lady Chase other channel, Seduction Doll. Make sure you sub to that so she start going live on there. And then we got Shabaka. Oh, excuse me, we got the RBA, which she did an RBA with the other day. What'd you do the RBA? I guess she went to sleep. When did you do the RBA?
We did it 4 or 5 days ago.
4 or 5 days ago. So make sure you check that out. And then we got Shabaka's channel, Jeanette1. Make sure you sub to that so we can start going live on that. And then we got our cousin or our local out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. What's cracking TV with Jay Militant? Make sure y'all sub to his channel. Then we got Kukizi. Kukizi, shout out to Kukizi. Our B1 certified Denver brother who is usually does the intro track for the Front Line Blacc News. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. Then we got Breeze Omega from Virginia. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well.
Breeze.
He was just live earlier tonight, so make sure y'all check him out. He just passed 1,000 subscribers. And then we got our brother, the Church of Black Power, out of Watts, California, who was just live as well. Shout out to our brother, the Church of Black Power. Make sure you sub to his channel. And then we got our young brother, Black Truth United, came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. So make sure you check him out. And the links to the Rolodex and submit your businesses in the description. Then we got the petition for reparations, the change.org petition. Make sure you sign that. Then we got the Kickstarter for Hidden Color 6, which we just met the goal in the nick of time. It was 2 hours to spare that the goal was met. So that's great news. And then we got Lady Change GoFundMe and the elderly sister that was we're gonna talk about tonight right now, and that is the sister that is 109 years old or 103 years old. It says 102, but she's 103, and she's about to lose her home of 37 years.
Oh man, that's a human rights violation.
Hold on, and then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use. For purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think that you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human and people activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by the late, great Nellie Fuller Jr., who transitioned over a year ago at the age of 95. ProduceJustice.com. And when you're a Black person or captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Nellie Fuller Jr. And then we got last but not least, our elder who just had a birthday, which we should have did a show on, Shabaka, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson.
Okay.
He rest in power. She's the one that told us that racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival to prevent white genetic annihilation.
Right.
to the elder. She would have turned 90 years old. And she did transition here in Colorado, Shabaka. And so
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is her final resting place in Colorado?
Yep.
In Denver?
Colorado Springs.
Oh, okay. I know where that's at. That's by the Air Force Academy. The next time I'm through there, I have to go pay respect to the sister's final resting place.
Yeah. So she transitioned here, and shout out to our brother Tariq Rashid for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are just topics. Make sure I hit that like and subscribe button. All right, so we're gonna hop right into it, Shabaka. Unless you got something to add.
Yeah, I got a little bit of something to add. Okay. This evening I saw on the Cartoon News Network. Okay, now this is gonna blow your mind. This is news to me. All right, there was a group called the Weathermen that burglarized the FBI and got all those Quantel profiles that I called you up on the phone earlier. And guess when they did it? You gonna love this.
In the heart of
They did it the night of the heavyweight title. No, they did it the night of the heavyweight title fight between Joe Frazier and Muhammad Ali won. Yeah, that's the night they did it.
Okay.
Very strategic. And then also too, there was talking about J. Edgar Hoover when he checked out. You know what I'm saying?
In the early 70s, right?
Yes, sir. Hoover kicked a bucket either 1972 or 73.
Okay. Yeah, I heard it was nice.
Yep, and then they had old Tricky Nixon up there trying to get his lies straight.
I'm not a crook. I'm not a crook.
And I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way. And then I was arguing with some damn dumpsters this evening online. And these dumb bastards are going to talk about the former heavyweight champ who refused to go to the war in Vietnam. I also asked the bastard, I says, now, you talk that shit about Ali. Two things that wasn't going to happen. One is you wasn't going to kick his ass, number one. And by the way, Nabisco, did you tell that there to all the white boys that were burning their draft cards and running to Canada? And Ali had clearly stated that he wasn't going nowhere. He wasn't going to Canada, okay, and that he wasn't leaving at all. Not to mention the fact they did pick up his passport. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so there's a sister right there, Shabaki.
Okay, she's 103 years old. She's a what?
She's 101 years old. And she got to lose her home.
Help grandma save her house. Yeah, got to help grandma. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so help 103-year-old grandmother save the home that she's lived in for 37 years. Mammy. Mammy?
How's it spelled?
M-A, like Mammy. M-A-I-E.
No, there would be Mimi.
Okay, Mimi Harrison was nearly 100.
Yeah, not Mammy, Mimi.
Okay, Mimi Harrison, or Hansberry. Mimi Hansberry is nearly 103 years old and faces the heartbreaking possibility of losing her home she just lived in for 37 years. Instead of living her final days in place, she is living in fear and constant stress inside her own home. Mimi, you said Mimi? Mimi should be enjoying peace, not fighting to protect her home. Mimi owns a small two-unit duplex where she has lived all these years. The only other part or unit in the building is occupied by a tenant who has refused to pay rent for years, taking over part of her property and refuses to recognize her as the landlord. Situation has left her intimidated, overwhelmed, and unsafe in the home she worked her entire life to keep. Mimi has tried to get help. Sadly, different lawyers and something about lawyers.
Okay, does she have any grandsons or nephews or anything like that?
I'm not sure, Shabaka. The situation has left her intimidated. Something about her property, refuses to recognize her as the landlord. Oh, Mimi owns a 2-unit duplex where she's lived all these years. The only other part of the building is occupied by a tenant who refused to pay rent for years and taking over her property and refuses to recognize her as the landlord. The situation has left her intimidated, overwhelmed, and unsafe in the home she worked her entire life to keep. Mimi has tried to get help. Sadly, different lawyers and eviction services have taken her money. But once the tenant requested a jury trial, they required tens of thousands of dollars more to continue, leaving Mimi with no legal representation. She survives on a small fixed income while bills continue to mount, and the tenant is receiving publicly funded legal aid. A jury trial dramatically increases the cost of the case and makes it nearly impossible for Mimi to continue the legal fight on her own. There is no legal aid available for landlords. Over the past few years, Mimi has endured devastating personal loss, including the disappearance and recent death of her only daughter, while facing financial and elder abuse during one of the most difficult periods of her life. She is now 103 years old. She is being forced to fight just to stay safe and remain in the only home she has. We are raising funds to cover the legal fees, court costs, expenses required. Sorry, it froze up. To complete the...
Hey, Breeze is in the building.
Salute, Breeze. To complete the eviction and address the numerous bills that have piled up due to years of unpaid rent. Every donation helps give Mimi the peace, safety, and dignity she deserves in her final years. If you are able to give a support, will help protect a 103-year-old grandmother from losing everything. If you cannot donate, please consider sharing this campaign so others may help Mimi. Funds go toward legal representation required to represent her at trial, complete eviction process, court filing fees, and trial preparation, the significant legal fees associated with the jury trial, costs related to enforcing the eviction order if it occurs, bills that have piled up after years of unpaid rent. I am Mimi's granddaughter and will be handing the funds on her behalf. So it has raised about 10 racks as of now. So donate to that if you can, and we're going to play the news story about it next.
Okay, and I just want to say, if she's got some nephews or grandsons or what have you, they should be going in there, man, doing a, how should we say, a hood eviction, which is you go into the place, open up the door, hey, man, you got the rent money for the last few years? No, we don't. Then you start whooping his ass and throwing his shit out on the goddamn street. That a bitch. Ain't that a bitch? And I'm sure you agree with me on that there, Breeze. And like Breeze says, they always go after soft targets. Man, there's no way in hell this woman should be in this position.
Right. Salute, Breeze.
No, she need to have her nephews, grandsons going in there, granddaughter's boyfriends going in there, man. And hey, and how should I say, man? And give the motherfuckers literally a boot in the ass, you know, and take their shit and throw it in the goddamn trash. Man, I wish the fuck that was something of mine going through some shit like that.
Right, Shabaki, right.
Ain't that a bitch, man? That pissed me off, man. I gotta go have a cup of coffee. Carry on, brother. I got to digest that. Give me about 5 minutes, brother Che. Okay. Give me a few minutes. I got to digest that.
Don't give us an update on that. Brought it to my attention and several others' attention that this is even going on. So.
Well, I am Demetra K. Hope you're having a great day. You can find me normally on my channel, The Demetra K Show, here on YouTube and Facebook, Sunday through Tuesday, 5 p.m. Central Time. Again, Sunday through Tuesday, 5 p.m. Sunday through Tuesday, I'm going a million miles an hour. Sunday through Tuesday, 5 p.m. Central Time. And on the African Diaspora News Channel, 11 a.m. Tuesday through Thursday. Again, 11 a.m. Tuesday through Thursday on the African Diaspora News Channel. Now, we're going to have a very, very interesting conversation here today. As you all know, after I get through saying what I'm going to say, I'm going to get into the comment section. But today, we're going to be talking about a 102-year-old Black American woman in Los Angeles, California, facing eviction while everyone else gets help. I've been compiling a lot of information, and trust me, it's a lot to this. But I will tell you this. I saw the story last night as I was just kind of scrolling on Instagram, and I saw it and I was like, huh? How? Right? So I've been doing the digging and phone calls and things like that, getting as much information as I can about this story. But I'm also going to ask y'all while we're here to help her out. And I'm going to give you all the details a little bit because she needs help. Okay. So that's what we do. Especially in the Black American community, we help our own. And so it's going to be a really good conversation. But in the meantime, as we wait for everybody to come on, I see y'all coming on in here. Of course, y'all can see myself and Brother Phil and Sister Vicky at the Ohio Black Expo in Columbus, Ohio, May 23rd. And if you want to do that, you have to get your tickets at OhioBlackExpo.com, OhioBlackExpo.com. Please and thank you. We were there last year and they invited us back. Then again, we're going to be in Toronto, Canada for the AD&C Narrative Power Summit. Yes, we are. It's going to be a whole host of us, myself, Brother Phil, Sister Emma, Dr. Vibes. We're going to have some singers and we're going to have some food. I hope we have some food, right? Maybe it's just me because I'm hungry right now. But anyway, if you want to see us in Toronto, Canada, July 25th, please get your tickets, africandiasporanews.org/Canada, africandiasporanews.org/Canada. All right, one more thing. Let me catch my breath. Now, you guys know we have an app, African Diaspora News app, that you can get on your Google and Apple Play Store. It is a Black-owned app all the way through, inside out. Please invest in Black media because Black media is important. It is said that we own less than 3% of the media as Black Americans, and it's important to get our narratives out like the story here. Now, some news have picked up on the story, but I haven't seen it yet. You know, it just needs to pick up steam. So between all of us, hopefully we can get this story to pick up some steam. So again, Black media is important. Go and get it right now if you don't have it. But if you have it, thank you so much. Love and appreciate you. As I always say, I would love to dance at your wedding if you're getting married. Okay, so let's get into it for the sake of time. All right, so I'm going to put this up as I speak, okay, so that y'all can you see this. And I also put the GoFundMe in the description box. So bear with me because I want to read the story as I know it. Per the GoFundMe. So it says, help 102-year-old grandmother save her home she has lived in for 37 years. Mamie Hansberry is nearly 103 years old and is facing the heartbreaking possibility of losing the home she has lived in for 37 years. Instead of living her final years in peace, she is living in fear and constant stress inside of her own home. Mamie should be enjoying peace, not fighting to protect her home. Mamie owns a small 2-unit duplex where rather she has lived for these years. The only other unit in the building is occupied by a tenant who has refused to pay rent for years, not days, not months, but years. Okay, now I've gone through the comment section and I kind of, from my professional opinion, have surmised that the people are that. Okay, now I also want to say that this home is in West Hollywood. Y'all do what y'all want to do with all the rest of the information. I'm just telling you what I think is going on. Okay, now back to where I was. So they have not paid rent for years. It says they have taken over part of her property and refuses to recognize her as the landlord. The situation has left her feeling intimidated, overwhelmed, and unsafe in the home she has worked for her entire life to keep. Mind you, she getting ready to be 103. Okay, and I'm gonna show y'all a short little video in just a minute. Now, Mamie has tried to get help. Sadly, different lawyers and eviction services have taken her money. So if y'all heard about like when people were getting like foreclosed on or trying to get help with their homes, you have these companies like, oh, I'll do it. And then you fork over all this money and then you can't find them nowhere. So unfortunately, she's had a lot of people take advantage of her and she has gotten no help at all. Okay. Now, let's see. But once the tenant, let's see, no. Sadly, different lawyers have and eviction services have taken her money. But once the tenant requested a jury trial, it says they required tens of thousands of dollars to, basically help Mamie. But she has no legal representation. So what it is in Los Angeles, especially, the tenant that has not paid rent in years can say, well, because it's called this thing called due process, right? Well, I'm gonna take it to court. We're gonna take it to court. So when you take it to court, we know that it's expensive to go through a trial. So now she's being forced to go and get on trial to tell, whoever's on the jury as to why she should keep her house and why those people don't need to be there and they ain't paid rent in years. She's got to go and pay to do that. So the lawyers are wanting $10,000 up front. Okay, that's what they want. Obviously, y'all can see part of this GoFundMe. She don't have it. She's on a fixed income, right? And I'm gonna get a bit more about her in a minute, but she's on a fixed income. So I just want to keep on saying that. Okay, now moving right along, I'm almost done. It says she survives on a small fixed income while bills continue to mount and the tenant is receiving. Come on now, listen to this part. I got a little bit more on this too. The tenant is receiving publicly funded legal aid. The tenant is receiving aid to stay in her house when they have not paid rent in years. They are getting money to fight to stay in her home and she can't get no help. Okay, let me calm down just a second because I got to get through this. Now, a jury trial dramatically increases the cost of the case and makes it nearly impossible for Mamie to continue the legal fight on her own. There is no legal aid available for landlords. Over the past few years, Mamie has also endured devastating personal loss, including the disappearance and recent death of her only daughter. So, our heart goes out to her. While facing financial and elder abuse during one of the most difficult periods of her life. Now at nearly 103 years old, she is being forced to fight just to stay and remain in the only home that she has. We are raising funds to help cover the legal fees, court costs, expenses required to complete the eviction process and address the enormous bills that have been piled up due to years of unpaid rent. Okay, now lastly, every donation helps give Mamie the peace, safety, and dignity she deserves in her final years. Okay, she's almost 103. So imagine being 103 and being stressed over fighting somebody who's in your house. Okay, it's a duplex for years and not paying rent. Okay, now it says if you're available to give, your support will help protect a nearly 103-year-old grandmother from losing everything. If you cannot donate, please consider sharing this campaign so others can help. Now, the funds will go to legal representation required to represent her at the trial, complete the eviction process, court filing fees, and trial preparedness. The significant legal costs associated with a jury trial, costs related to enforcing the eviction order if it occurs. We hope that it occurs, right? Now, bills that have been piled up after years of unpaid rent. Okay. Now, y'all see Miss Hansberry there, almost 103 years old. So I hope I've donated. If y'all have, I don't care what it is, some money, we need to get her closer to the goal of $80,000. Okay. Now, some of y'all might be saying, that name sounds familiar. That name sounds really familiar. Well, if I put those pictures up, would y'all know who they were? Some of y'all would probably know who they were, or at least one of them, right? Well, I'll give you a little history lesson here. Miss Mamie Hansberry is the older sister of the late great. Yes,
Lorraine
no, not her mom, her
Hansberry.
older sister, Lorraine Hansberry. Now, y'all know she was a world-renowned playwright, an author, a civil rights activist.
Plus,
She
was
wrote
at the side,
The
too,
Raisin
Kareem.
in the Sun, right? We've all seen it. You know, whether it was the play original, the one with Sidney Poitier, the movie, right? And then the one that Puffy and them did. We've all seen it. We've read the book, okay? Now, unfortunately, she passed at a very young age, 1965, okay? Now, some of y'all are probably wondering, well, who is the gentleman next to her? Well, the gentleman that's next to her is their father, Carl Hansberry. And I should also say, too, that Mamie is also an artist, right? But Carl is their, well, he was their father. Now, this is the story, okay? And it's so ironic.
So,
this is the story. He bought a home. Y'all might know this story. Bought a home in Chicago, 1937.
remember this?
Of course, you know the climate in Chicago or anywhere, right? In the United States, now there was a lot of migration of, you know, blacks from the South and things like that. So a lot of black people in Chicago,
family was part of
you know, just other places. Well, he bought a home in an all-white neighborhood, and y'all know what they did, right? They threw bricks through the window and all this other stuff. He had to fight them in court, all the way to the Supreme Court to stay, because they were trying to find little loopholes and things to evict him and his family out of the home and all this other stuff. Well, Lorraine
would that be Morgan Park?
Raisin in the Sun to depict what happened to her and her family in Chicago. Okay. So I'm just giving y'all some historical context as to who Miss Mamie is. She is really true Black American royalty. Okay. Now I say it's ironic because here we are in 2026 and she's going through the same thing in a sense that her father went through in 1937. So almost 100 years ago, she's going through the same thing by, in my opinion, the same people, okay? Now, they might not be throwing a brick through her window. I'd imagine there's probably some foolishness going on in there, but it's still terrorism when you move in somebody's house for years and do not pay rent, and then you make them take you to a jury trial to see if a jury will agree that you need to get up out of there after you ain't paid rent in years, okay? Now, y'all might notice that I'm going to take them down just in case y'all didn't know who she was. Now you know, okay? Because I just learned that, just to keep it real with you. Let's get to Miss Karen Bass. Now, I have her on the thumbnail. Now, I should say this too, okay? The tenant landlord thing is a civil thing. It's not really a whole lot that Karen can do, but I got something for you that's gonna blow your mind. So just bear with me here, okay? But before I get to that, y'all remember Brother Phil actually did a story last week about Karen Bass and them giving $1 million grant. Let me see, where is it? Here we go. $1 million grant to the Asian community because of homelessness, right? Now it says Mayor Bass, this is from her website. Mayor Bass continues to drive change to protect renters and prevent homelessness. Okay. $1 million grant was given to Little Tokyo Service Center. It's funded as a measure. But it says over here, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass announced a $1 million grant to the Little Tokyo Services Center in March 2026 to prevent homelessness amongst Asian American, Native, Hawaiian,
they don't need no goddamn money.
This funding aims to support low-income residents, seniors. I want to emphasize seniors because Ms. Hansberry is a senior, and immigrants with services to avoid eviction and maintain housing stability. And I'm like, wait a minute now. Okay. As Brother Phil so eloquently pointed out, the Asian community there in Los Angeles, California is the lowest homeless population, but they get $1 million. Now, again, this is a civil case that I'm talking about with Ms. Hansberry. But when I hear that they are getting $1 million to fight homelessness and things like that, and we got a, elder in our community, Queen Mother Elder in our community is going to be 103 years old, and she has to fight to stay in her home against renters who are like, we're not going nowhere, make us leave. You're going to have to take us to trial, right? Because it's called due process. That's how they like to do when they want to encroach upon people's houses again, okay? Same people, in my opinion, that did it to her daddy back in 1937. But nevertheless, Karen Bass got $1 million to give to people who are the least homeless, and they got the most money as a community, okay? So let's see, where else do we want to go? Y'all might remember this.
Going to have a reinstitution of the Angelino card, something that Mayor Garcetti started during COVID, that will actually provide cash assistance to people. Because, you have people who don't want to leave their homes, who are not going to work, and they are in cash. It's a couple $100, I don't know the exact amount, and this should be available in about a week.
And that's okay. So that was Miss Karen Bass, who is the mayor of Los Angeles, and she is campaigning to be the mayor again. I went on a page and she's got all these endorsements from people we don't never heard of and all this other stuff. So she's trying to do what she was doing the last time she was in office. So of course that was during the ICE raids in July of last year. Yeah, last year, times go by so fast. Last year. And so a lot of the immigrants were afraid to go outside. So she enacted the Angelino card from COVID times, right? And she said that it was private donors that put this money on the cards. And so they were giving it to the, illegal immigrants because they're afraid to go outside. And so they could use the card and, because they couldn't go to work and all this other stuff. So again, I know this is a civil matter, but when I hear about these things, I'm like, but our Queen Mother can't get no help, no funding or anything like that, because they don't really help landlords like that. In fact, they said that the tenants in Los Angeles, they have a lot more rights because 60% of what I understand, right? 60% of the residents in Los Angeles are renters, and they are considered to be a very powerful voting bloc. So politicians are like, okay, we don't want to mess with them. So we're going to give them everything they want, and, for the most part. Okay. Now I want to put this up because this is something that I learned in a conversation that I was having this morning. Because like I said, I was doing some digging. Okay. So here it says, LA City Council approves, and Mayor Karen Bass is on the LA City Council, right? She's the mayor. She's in a sense the president of, the city council.
That's a negative, sister. She don't have no juice. People don't listen to Demetria, you're wrong.
Tenant aid. Okay. Now let me get into it just a little bit. The recent $177 million funding package approved by the Los Angeles City Council is for ongoing tenant aid and eviction defense programs, not a lawsuit settlement, and is designed to provide legal and rental assistance to all vulnerable tenants in Los Angeles facing eviction, regardless of their immigration status. So you can be, undocumented, and $177 million is going to go toward you if you can't pay your rent or whatever it is. It's going to go toward you being able to stay in somebody's house rent-free, or whatever it is, right? They're going to take this money to help people fight to stay in a home that they're not paying rent. Listen, I get it. I've had some times where I was like, ooh, where the rent going to come from? But I got them people their money. I never expected to stay in nobody's house, and just fight them tooth and nail. Because if you know anything about being a landlord, they got expenses too. They got mortgages and insurance and property taxes. They got to pay all that. And so you laid up in somebody's house and not paying the rent, because the rent is the mortgage for them, right? If you're not paying it, then that's money that's piling up for them. But then you see this, people who are encroaching in a sense, and I get it, because there are some funky landlords out there and they do, crazy stuff to people. I get it. It needs to be some tenant protection. But from what I understand, Los Angeles is very unique in that they really stand 10 toes down for their tenants, especially with this eviction stuff, right? So it basically says the funds are allocated to nonprofit organizations that run the Stay Housed LA program, which offers free legal support and other services to help people avoid homelessness. The organizations involved, such as the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles, have a history of working to protect vulnerable populations, including immigrant tenants, from unlawful evictions like landlord harassment and threat of deportation. Okay, so again, $177 million allocated toward whether you're a legal immigrant, you're a citizen, whoever it is, they get help. Okay, when I say they, people like the tenants that are in Miss Hansberry's home for years without paying rent, and it sounds like they're getting some help. They get money allocated to help them stay in somebody's house and not pay no bills. And we know in a lot of cases that they destroy the homes. I'm not saying that's what's going on there. Okay. Now, when I read stories like this, how many of y'all seen the movie Pacific Heights? It came out like in the early 90s with Matthew Modine and was it Melanie Griffin? One of them.
No, and the other dude,
Michael Keaton. Michael Keaton. One
Michael Keaton. Yeah, he was the unsavory landlord.
This is what this reminds me of. Now, I don't want to really give it away, but let's say they had a tenant from HE double hockey sticks. And not only was he like, it's called due process, he was doing all kind of stuff in the house. Just it was a lot. If you've never seen the movie. And this is kind of what this reminds me of when I hear about people just sitting in people's houses. Okay. Now, back to Miss Hansberry. As I said, I'm gonna put this up here, okay? Because one thing, if y'all know anything about me, I love seniors. I really do. I love our senior people, and I'm one of those people. I will go toe to toe for kids and seniors. Okay, y'all know my father just passed on, and anybody, and my mom too. You know, she was passed on about 10 years ago. But my dad was 81, and anybody know me, they know I was crazy about my daddy. Okay, I ain't never been to jail, got caught no case, but if I was ever gonna catch one, it was gonna be over my daddy, right? Because I really do not like to see when senior citizens are taken advantage of. That is like, I'm telling you, that have me doing the Tasmanian devil. Okay, you know anything about the Tasmanian devil? It'll have me doing the Tasmanian devil. But back to Ms. Hansberry. Let me put this up. As I said, she needs our help. Now she needs $80,000. She at least needs $10,000. Okay, she at least needs $10,000 to give the attorneys so they can start her case that starts on I think the 29th of this month. The 29th of this month. She does not have, what I understand at this moment, legal representation. Okay.
She needs to head out there
and she needs to get legal representation. Now, some people I've seen say, well, what about her family? This, that, and the other. I mean, she's 103. I'm sure she has some family, you know, but
that's what
when I think about family, I don't think about people who are just blood related. I think about family. I think about a community. We as a community, we have to come together, right? We cannot allow them to keep doing to our people.
Salute.
Those type of things. Now, y'all remember, and it just slipped my mind, the Queen Mother in South Carolina, she passed on recently, and thank God, I think of Snoop Dogg and Tyler Perry and a couple other people that came to her defense, but a white real estate company was trying to take her property in the Gullah Geechee land, right? Y'all know those lands we got, right? And that particular elder, she had that property, her family did since the Civil War. And a white real estate company was building around her home these developments, right? Because when we got the property after slavery, white folks didn't want that property. You know why? They didn't want it because it was marshland. It was wet. And so we took it and we cultivated it and we made it into something. And now they see it as beachfront property. It's going to be, it's on the lake. We're going to be building all these homes. And so what they do is they go and lie. They go steal our property. They use these laws, the air laws. I think basically what it says, the heirs of the property. So a lot of times, let's say it's like 4 people who own the property. And what these white real estate companies will do is they'll go to one of them, or they'll go to each of the heirs. Hey, you looking to sell? You looking to, oh yeah, I'm looking to sell. Now, one of them might, and the rest of them might say, no, I'm not trying to sell. But if one wants to sell, then they being a real estate company, put all their might and their weight and their money behind the one that wants to sell to try to finagle the rest of the property away from everybody. So they're trying to do away with these laws because it's racist, okay? Because they, in a lot of cases, specifically target Black real estate and residents and things like that. And so with the one of Hilton Head Beach is where it was, I believe. She ended up being successful, but she had to take them to court as well. She had to take them to court. She didn't have that money. That lady was 90, I think she's 98, 93 years old. She's passed on now. Yeah. But Tyler Perry and them, they helped her, you know, and hopefully somebody with that kind of money comes through and help Ms. Hansberry, but they helped her. And they not only helped her, but they refurbished the house and they gave it to her family. And they said, y'all keep this house because, you know, your mother, your grandmother, your great-grandmother fought like hell to keep it, right? But that white company was lying. They was, you know, bullying her and bullying this 90-something-year-old lady, bullying her, tearing up her property. And they even went into her property a little bit. I talk about the land don't belong. Just the stuff they do, okay? So we got to come together for our people. That would have got their minds right. Hansberry is our people. I don't care if it's $1, $2 is 50 cents. We need to come through. But as I always say, y'all, and as y'all know, I'm doing Ramadan. It's almost over, okay? But it's been a lot of blessings. And I pray. I say, hey, you know what? Give me the money. Give me the money because I would do the right thing. I would help people like that. If I had that kind of money, I don't know, I'd pay the whole thing. That would just be me, right? Because I don't think that people, it's not my, you know, I can't tell them what to do, but a lot of people got a lot of money you'll never spend. You got money you would never spend. You see people that are homeless, that need help, and you just, I don't know. This wouldn't even been a story. If I saw it and I had the money, I'd be like, hey, here go all the money. Let's make sure she keeps her home and get these, you know, I ain't gonna say what I want to say, but get them out of here. That's what we have to be as a community. We got to really get together and help our own. And in a sense, you know, I'm sad when I think about it is because most people, you know, they don't really want a roommate that they don't know. Trust me, if they who I think they are, I don't think she was really trying to live with them. But you know, when you get somebody, well, she don't live with them, it's in a duplex, right? So if you know anything about a duplex, it's a house, there's one next to it, and you know, it's kind of connected, but they're separate type thing. But you know, maybe she wanted to get somebody in there that looked like her. I don't know. It's expensive to live in West Hollywood, you know, whatever it is. But, you know, the fact that she even had to have them in there, and I'm sure she had buyer's remorse early on. They've been in there for years and not paying the rent, you know. So my criticism really, and I hope that Karen Bass and people, you know, who are making these laws to protect tenants to do chicanery like that, I hope that they change their mind. But because renters are a big voter base out there, they want to continue to, you know, keep the landlord in the tailbone and tell them you eat it. A lot of landlords ain't got it like that. You know, people think because you own a house, you rich. No, a lot of people barely holding on to this house, and they're only, you know, a tenant that's a tenant away from that tenant rather not paying the bill 1 month. They're only 1 month away from the tenant saying, "Ooh, I ain't got it." So the landlord, they like, well, shoot, I ain't got it either, right? And so now they're falling behind. They might get it 1 month, 2 months, but after that, it's like, not only am I paying mortgage on the rental property, but I got my own house that I'm probably paying a mortgage on. And so in a sense, that's how the bills and stuff catch up. So hopefully they change the laws out there because it's not right that they gave $100 and almost $200 million to these tenant rights organizations. And then it sounds like there's some funny stuff going on with that too. I didn't have time to really get into it, but it sounds like they might be doing something funny with the money. But almost $200 million to protect people. My thing is, yeah, maybe y'all can help me with this before I get into the comment section. Maybe y'all can help me. if you ain't been paying rent, see, this is what I'd be if I was the judge or these organizations. If you ain't been paying rent for years, what have you been doing with the money? Why you need us to help you? Why do you need free legal help if you ain't been paying rent? You should sound like you should be saving your money, right? So not only are you rewarding people to lay up in somebody's house for years, rent-free, you're also not taking them to task and saying, well, what have you been doing with the money? Yeah, y'all not working, you getting the income somehow, right? Now I'd imagine there's probably some light bills and, you know, all that. They probably not doing none of that either. So they living off of our Black elder in her home. They are, I'm going to repeat that. They are living off of our Black elder, allegedly they, okay? Living off of our Black elder, right? 103 years old almost. Now, you know, if you're 103, you've seen some things. I guarantee you. Oh, I forgot to show you the video. Here you go. It's really, really short. So it's kind of hard to hear because, you know, but here you go.
To relieve the problems surrounding my home is overwhelming, expensive, and hurts my heart. I am without legal help, and I simply cannot afford any more costs on my fixed income.
Okay. So I wanted y'all to hear that from her. And I see y'all comments. I'm gonna get in there in a minute, but she basically says she's on a fixed income. I can't afford to, you know, to take care of myself and these, you know, suckers that took up residency in my house. I don't have the money, you know. And before I get into the comments, I'm gonna say this. I don't steal because it's wrong. But you know why else I don't steal? Because that's stealing. When you do that to somebody, that's stealing. And I hope they see this too. When you steal, you are bringing a curse into your life. Do not think that you can take something that does not belong to you and you won't get that back. Now, I'm not saying somebody gonna do something to you, but the way the universe works, you got to get what you put out, whether it's good or it's bad. It has to come back to you. So if you taking something from somebody that does not belong to you, I wouldn't sleep with both of my eyes closed, because one thing karma don't do is forget. So anyway, let me see what y'all got to say. I'm going back to the top of the, wait, hold on.
All right, I'm gonna stop that there. Thank you, Dimitri K, for that update. I think I had a
West Coast correspondent.
Go ahead, Spike.
Okay, being a West Coast correspondent, okay, them people who are trying to evict her, okay, she can haul them into court, okay, number one. She could also, if those premises are uninhabitable, she could sue their asses and get all that damn rent money back. She could also go so far as to sue them for the goddamn property and have the deed put off in her name, then she could outright sell the motherfucker. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Karen Bass is a figurehead in the city of Los Angeles. She has no power. The power represents with the various city commissions, fire commission, police commission, housing commission, and so forth. You see what I'm saying? And this sister should not be in this position. You see, and like I said, if she would have been a relative of mine, them tenants would have been about that motherfucker one way or another, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
And that ain't no bullshit. Say, you know, because they're up here taking advantage of this woman. You're saying then the movie that she was talking about was called Pacific Heights with the dude Michael Keaton, who was the unsavory landlord, and he was putting roaches in the apartment. He's taking all the fixtures out of there. Okay. Then he turned around and hauled the people into court. They turned the property over to him. So to make a long story short, I think at the end, dude wound up killing the motherfucker, and rightfully so. And he got all his shit back. You see what I mean? Because technically, when you remove fixtures, when you remove fixed furnishings in there, that's vandalism.
And locks and doors too. And take the locks off the door.
Oh, yes, sir. Sometimes they'll take the goddamn front door off the hinges. Now, I was living in South Central Los Angeles and I had hanging wires with an electrical problem, right? Okay, so I'm asking the landlord, hey, you need to fix this problem. You need to fix this problem. You need to fix this problem. 2, 3 months go by. So on the third month, I went down there to the city of Los Angeles and I filed a complaint against her ass. And she calls me up screaming and hollering at me on the telephone. And I says, ma'am, I asked you this shit here 4 and 5 times over, but you know, it went ignored, not to mention the fact that there was a fire hazard. Now, I passed that same apartment building, Brother Che, about 3 or 4 months ago, which is near the Coliseum, over there by the Olympics. What they're getting ready to do with that street over there, they're getting ready to demolish all that property right there, because when I passed the street, all the apartments was vacant. And the northern part of the street that went up there to King Boulevard, which is Figueroa, they were all tore down and they had shit rebuilt on top of it, warehouses and stuff like that. So what the hell they getting ready to do with South Central Los Angeles is that they're getting ready to gentrify it, and they're going to boost the price up on it, is because it's going to be by the LA Coliseum and it's going to be considered what they will call historical property. You see what I'm saying? And what have you. Okay. And then the sad part about it is, but the sad part about it is that when you see this shit goes on, okay, like the story we did on Los Angeles, you see what I'm saying, with the red line and all this old type of shit. You see what I mean? You know, they just want people to sell, particularly around there, since that property, once they have the Olympics there for the second time in the 2028 games, you see, they're going to turn that all, they're going to gate that community, man. They're going to turn it into prime real estate. Why? Because we had the Olympiad over here, and it will be LA's third time in 2028 to host the Olympics, they say. And you know who's going to get it? All them real estate majors over there at the University of Southern California. That's who's going to get it. You see what I'm saying? So once the fuck again, our people are going to be out there homeless, strung out on bullshit. You see what I'm saying? And what happened? Just like here today in Las Vegas, you know, I'm riding down the street and, you know, some hooker, some Nabisco hooker going to try to flag me over. And I rolled down my window. I said, go take a bath, you funky bitch. Now, I saw one of these mobile billboards that they have, and guess what they said on a mobile billboard, man? This just straight fucked me up.
What's right here?
Paying for sex is illegal. Now, that ain't a goddamn case of the pot calling the kettle black. Man, this is Sin City, man. Come on. Come on, man. Come on. Give me a break with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I started to take a picture of it, man, and send it to you. I should have. You know, now Deuce and a Quarter saying they don't never want to fix nothing but bright and early for the rent money. Yeah, you right, DSB 225. Yeah. Okay, and Joe is saying here, remember the Negro pen will destroy his own in the name of unity and solidarity with foreigners. You damn right about that, Joe. This is why we created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead. Hey, Che, and do you know that God got up there one time at one of his conferences talking about mental dead motherfuckers?
Yeah.
I wonder if I could sue his ass for that.
That'd be nice. All right, I'm moving on to the next topic, Shabaka.
All right.
Like something to add.
Yeah.
And that is Black woman wins 15 million. Oh, Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor's family speak out.
Yeah.
Again, down to DOJ trying to dismiss the case or the charges against the officers in the case.
Okay, question. Can they sue those officers personally, Brother Che?
Yes.
Okay, then that's what they should do and put that motherfucker in a cardboard box in the middle of one of your damn Denver snowstorms.
Department of Justice is asking a judge to dismiss the charges filed against 2 former LMPD officers in connection to the raid where Breonna Taylor was killed by police in 2020. Joshua Janes and Kyle Meany are accused of falsifying the affidavit used to obtain the search warrant for Taylor's apartment. In August, the felony civil rights charges against them were dismissed. Today, the DOJ filed a motion to dismiss the remaining misdemeanor charges. The judge has not yet ruled on that motion. An attorney for the Taylor family says this is an alarming move by the DOJ.
What we have right now are people who work for the Department of Justice who I don't even want to acknowledge that they are attorneys, but they unfortunately are attorneys who are not upholding their legal obligation and signing documents. They're pushing forth the political agenda instead of fighting for justice for people like Tamika Palmer, for Breonna Taylor.
The attorneys for both Janes and Meany say that they are in favor of the motion. We also talked to Breonna Taylor's mother. We'll have her reaction tonight on WLKY after the basketball games conclude.
Now, the cold part about this here is, Black family, is that Breonna Taylor was in
The Department of Justice wants to
dismiss.
dismiss the case against 2 former LMPD officers charged in connection to Breonna Taylor's death.
Jamie May spoke to Taylor's mother and family attorney about what they're calling an upsetting move by the DOJ.
There's been a lack of accountability just from the very beginning.
Tamika Palmer says she's still fighting for justice for her daughter, Breonna Taylor, 6 years after her death. Taylor was shot and killed by officers in a botched police raid. On Friday, the DOJ filed a motion to dismiss the case with prejudice against Joshua Janes and Kyle Meany.
I don't understand the people making decisions about who life matters and who doesn't. I'm still going to fight. I mean, it doesn't end here. I don't know what's next, but it can't end here.
Janes and Meany are accused of falsifying the affidavit used to obtain the search warrant for Taylor's apartment. In August, their felony civil rights charges were dismissed. Lenita Baker, the Taylor family attorney, says they have not attained the justice they hoped for.
You take away at this point the consent decree, gone. Not defending the appeal in Brett Hankinson's conviction, and now dismissing the case where there is clear evidence, where another officer agreed to testify. If you can't be held accountable when there's clear evidence as a police officer, when can you be held accountable?
In its motion, the DOJ wrote the government has determined that this case should be dismissed in the best interest of justice. Baker and Palmer say this argument is alarming.
So to say that to dismiss the case would be in the interest of justice is violating their ethical obligations as prosecutors, and it's violating everything we know about the criminal justice system. And it only continues to expound the belief that the criminal justice system does not work for everyone the same.
I've never had a lot of hope in this system to begin with. It's just always been a wait and see.
Jamie Mays, WLKY News.
Jane's attorney tells us they're extremely happy with the development, and Meany's attorney says his client is looking forward to putting this matter behind him and moving forward with his life. A judge has not yet ruled on the motion.
Wow.
Okay, now Joe was saying is that they're accusing this woman that she was moving D through the mail with her ex. Okay, Joe, what evidence you got on that, brother? I'm not denying what you're saying. I just want to see how you connected these dots, sir.
Oh yeah, that's what that was the excuse they used to kill her.
Oh, wait a minute. Whoa. Hold on a second, though, brother Che. You just brought back a memory. Because they served a warrant at the wrong goddamn address, correct?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, they are liable. Yeah. So I'm wondering if them damn cops was on dope because they went to the wrong fucking address.
Right. They did that on purpose, exactly.
Okay. So they went to the wrong address. Joe says they want to blame the dump administration for everything. Why don't you come on up, Joe, if you can?
It's off the link for you, Joe.
Yeah, come on up if you can, Joe. I know it's late where you at, man. Oh, no, wait a minute. Yeah, Joe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's late. He's in Central, the
yeah.
STL.
Okay. So he's in the next time zone over from you. He's in the Central. Yeah, half them cops do be on dope. Yeah, you right about that, man. Look at the damn Rampart scandal. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, look at the Rampart scandal. And the way that motherfucker got busted, what was his name? Perez?
Yeah, Sabaka. DSB is
Yeah.
in Mount Bayou.
DSB is in where?
Mount Bayou.
Okay, what state is that in, sir?
Louisiana, Shabaka.
Oh, okay, yeah, I should have connected dots when you said the Bayou. Okay, wait a minute. Now we got some more telemetry here that I'm going to read here, Brother Che. The packages, Jamarcus Glover, a former boyfriend of Taylor, stated that he used her address for offline shopping shoes and clothes because he feared this package would be stolen from his home. Oh, man. Okay, DSB says he's down there in Greenville, Mississippi.
Okay.
Crooked letter I, crooked letter I, humpback I.
We got DSB in the building. I mean, not DSB. We got Black Joe in the building. So what up, cuz?
Yeah, come on.
What's happening, everybody?
Okay, enlighten me on what you were saying about that there, Joe.
What's your thoughts on that story that we just went over? The sister losing her home.
Well, check it out, man. Right before Biden left office with that auto pen, man, his people was the one who told to drop the charges against them cops. It's just that all of the legwork is going to fall under the Trump administration. Now, the plausible deniability that the cops have is, yes, her ex-boyfriend was receiving packages through the mail at her address. That is 100% true, but there is no proof that she received dope. So that's enough for a warrant. It just is what it is, man. I hate when people pull it.
Okay, now let me ask you this here, Joe. From the research that I've done on this case, man, they served the warrant at the wrong address.
Yeah, Hankerson and the rest of them.
But did you hear me about plausible deniability?
Yes.
Okay.
That's her having a boyfriend that moved drugs through the mail and had packages delivered at her house, even though they had the wrong address. It at that point, it don't matter. It would have mattered if she didn't have a boyfriend that had packages delivered to her house who has drugs delivered through the mail as well. Plausible deniability once again.
But it wasn't. It was Kenneth Walker. It was someone else.
It don't make it right, is what I'm saying. But when you do certain stuff outside of what was her job? Was she a security guard or something?
She was a nurse.
Okay, no. Yeah, she was a nurse. Yeah, she was a paramedic. She was a paramedic.
When you do certain stuff, man, outside of your profession in the streets, it eventually will catch up with you. I'm not making no excuse for the swine at all. I'm just showing you plausible deniability. It's like the Plain View Act. If you got something out when police walk up on you, you can get charged with it.
Yeah, right, that's a fact. Yeah, because man, I got into an argument, man, with a motherfucker who had an open container in my goddamn car.
Hit the link, crew. Hit the link. We were talking about not mail to her house. The police lied about the address.
Okay, and then also too, Black Joe, okay, a motherfucker had an open container in my car, right? Okay, so they gave me the drunk test saying that I wasn't drunk. They said, okay, man, we just gonna dismiss it. So the motherfucker who had the open container in my car, I said, hey, man, you got to get the fuck about my car, man, right now. Well, man, I'm for my, I don't give a fuck where you are, man. You brought some fucking heat on me, cat, that I didn't need.
Right. Sorry, y'all.
You see what I mean?
You show back up here. Okay, there you are. All right. And then what are your thoughts on the sister that was losing her home?
That I didn't quite catch.
Okay, so she's losing her home. She's 103 years old. She's losing her home of 37 years. And she got, I think, illegal immigrants squatting on her property.
Right.
I mean that we know what that is. The same people right now complaining about ICE, man, are the same people that were begging for relief from illegal immigrants under the end of the Biden administration.
And the old Sanford administration.
Like the illegal immigrants are being funded left and right. And it's both parties. Don't get it twisted, because both parties get kickbacks because of what they invest in through insider trading.
Yep. Like Nancy
Yeah,
Pelosi.
right. Yeah, they're two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, two heads, one. I mean, two wings, one bird. Like that. That's always the philosophy. I hate to say it. I have to slick quote Dr. Kamala Muhammad. We not invited to the party, Democrat or Republican. So no tangibles, no vote. But that Breonna Taylor thing, man, like this is the equivalent, man, of your homeboy having you to take him to go cash a check, and the whole time he's scamming, and police pull you over and tow your car because you was the ride.
Yeah.
Exactly. Then not to mention the motherfucker man who go up there, hey man, pull up by the liquor store, then he come running out, hey man, let's hurry up and go, because he just knocked off the liquor store, and then they run your goddamn plate, they coming back to you, and you hit as an accomplice.
Yeah.
Willful ignorance in our community is why the boule been able to keep us in the same place.
Yeah, exactly.
To hell with the boule, the talented 10, all that shit.
Right. Just like a motherfucker gonna say to me, and just like a motherfucker gonna say to me, brother, gonna come up there with some shit. Hey, Shabak, open up the trunk of your car, man, so I can put this in there. I says, no, man, you carry that shit.
Right.
Oh, man, that's fucked up. Motherfucker, are you crazy? You trying to make me a goddamn accomplice, man, for a goddamn burger.
Yeah, you gotta make your day up there.
You bringing some fucking heat to me behind your shit. You see what I'm saying? That I don't need. And DSB 25 say ain't no way in hell that an immigrant will be squatting at his relative's house. They might as well dig him up out the backyard. I know that's right.
That's right, DSB.
I know that's right.
I feel you wholeheartedly on that.
And the loved one.
Right.
You see, you protecting the loved one. You see, and this is what I don't understand about these goddamn tethers, these goddamn house niggas, the dumpsters I understand perfectly, but these ass scratchers who sit up there and pack this raggedy ass 34 count convicted felon ass motherfucker.
Listen, man, I keep telling everybody, and I warned everybody about these tellers being at war with us prior to these four terrorist attacks. Listen, even if you in your state, even if it's a loophole for you to own a gun, in most states you can order a bulletproof vest to your front door. At least have you a vest that can stop a handgun. At least give yourself a running chance from a domestic terrorist attack. Don't be a soft target.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Lady Che, do you have anything to add on to any of this?
I think it's terrible what they do to the old lady, and somebody needs to go do something about that.
Yeah.
She can't lose her house, but they can't be in there either. Where's the family on this shit? Why ain't they been active? That's my question. The other thing, what was the thing about?
Breonna Taylor.
She lost her only daughter.
Yeah, her only daughter died.
Do something about that, but, like with the peoples. He's right about the reasonable doubt.
The plausible deniability.
Yeah, he's right about that. That's all I gotta say on that.
All right, moving along. We got a Black woman awarded $15 million. Shout out to Godmother for bringing this to my attention. Black woman wins $15 million settlement after boss calls her entitled in fill in the blank word.
Okay. Now she won it. How soon can she pick up the money?
I don't know. Let's see what Richie got to say about it.
Okay.
Black worker awarded $15 million because, well, the people she worked for couldn't stop being racist. Put it up full mass.
Raymundo shot.
A federal jury has awarded a Black woman who formerly worked in code enforcement for the city of Fresno $15 million in damages after finding the city liable for racial discrimination and also retaliation last week. Her name is Kiki Wilson.
Kiki Wilson.
Kiki Wilson's legal battle began October 2019 when she and a co-worker, Charles Smith, pictured on the right, filed a complaint against the city and their former supervisor, Howard Lacey. They accuse Howard of calling her the N-word. That's pretty racist. Yes, that checks. Taking adverse employment actions against her. That's retaliation. That's against the rules of engagement for employment. Check. And they filed this, each of them filed this, complaining about the harassment. Smith, who was white, was awarded $400,000 by the jury. So this was an interesting case because you have a white employee who's citing and agreeing with the racism, or at least the bigoted and the unfair treatment, as well as retaliatory treatment experienced from the supervisor. There's more. This is how it began. So Wilson's rocky relationship with Lacey began soon after he was hired as an inspector in the city's code enforcement division in 2004, according to her complaint originally filed in the local county superior court, and it was obtained by Atlanta Black Star. Atlanta Black Star did great reporting. It was moved to the U.S. District Court in California in 2020. Lacey, her supervisor, displayed, quote, obvious disdain for African Americans, end quote, by discussing and acting out racial stereotypes, including during a training for, quote, using urban language, during which he donned a paper bag with a bottle in it and told people that he was from West Fresno, which had a significant Black population. The lawsuit said he was pretending like it was a beer bottle or something, right? Like a 40 ounce, and playing a character. Wilson claimed she heard Lacey say that code inspectors need to complete any inspections in West Fresno in the morning because, quote, they will all be asleep, end quote, and the employees wouldn't be at risk. Wilson also claimed that a picture of Barack Obama at her desk was desecrated with monkey ears.
Is that true?
Early on in her employment. GV Wire reported this. So in one interaction, Lacey then allegedly told Smith to stay away from Wilson because she's a no good piece of ish.
There are large Black,
and that the only reason she got her job back was because she played the race card. Smith should, quote, avoid her like a plague, Lacey allegedly said. If Smith wanted, quote, any chance of being hired full time, end quote, Smith did as Lacey told him. He said and avoided Wilson, whom he did not know. He didn't know her. Okay. He was hired as a full-time probationary employee in April 2018. So you have the boss saying, all right, if you want to get this full-time situation done, you want to make your 90 days probationary period, you got to stay away from the Black woman because she is only at her job because, she played the race card. And so now he's manipulating and utilizing intimidation and threatens retaliation. Because if you base employment predicated on if somebody avoids the Black person, that is already, against the rules of engagement, yes. Okay, so in May, this was interesting, this 2018 in May, Smith and Wilson were among city employees who attended a 5-day statewide training for code enforcement officials. Typically, they do these trainings in order to get their continuing education. 4 days in, Lacey called Smith late one night and accused him of meeting privately with Wilson and told him he, quote, had eyes and ears everywhere and knew that Smith had been exchanging nods with Wilson during the training. Smith said that wasn't true, but Lacey again told him stay away from Wilson if he wanted to pass probation and continue his employment. Once again, sir, completely against the law. June 2018, after Smith and Lacey inspected an African-American woman's property and got back into the vehicle, Lacey allegedly said, see, Charlie, I'm not a racist. Kiki wants to say that I'm a racist, but I'm not. I'm super nice. is her. Then he added, Kiki is an entitled N-word. I'm not saying N-word with an E-R. I'm saying N-word, N-I-G-G. Smith responded, Howard, can this be over? Just stop it already. I don't want to hear this crap. I get it. You hate Kiki, but I'm not here for your issue with Kiki, according to the complaint. Looks like his 90 days were over, so he was full-time employed at this point, we'll assume. So he tells the boss, the supervisor, stop it, cut it out. I'm not here for that. There's more. So later, June 2018, Smith learned that Lacey had been sending out letters regarding inspections to residents under Smith's name for inspections Smith had not conducted and asked him to stop, as it could be considered fraud. Lacey allegedly told him not to worry about it. Soon after, Lacey stopped speaking with Smith and replying to his emails and texts. He's being petty. The following month, Smith was transferred to the tire team, a less desirable job completely outside of his skill set. The lawsuit said Smith complained about the transfer to Tim Burns, Lacey's supervisor, telling him he considered the move retaliation by Lacey. Smith resigned July 10th, 2018. He called Wilson the next day and gave her an earful about the racist comments Lacey had previously made about her, including that he called her an entitled N-word. Wilson, who was at work, headed to the Human Resources Department to file a complaint. She was at work when she got the call. On her way there, she saw a coworker and raised her voice and said,
in the building,
they're all effing liars, all of them. Wow. One of them reported to Andrew Cuevas, the city's personnel manager in code enforcement, that Wilson had directed the profanity at him.
Yeah, here we go.
Andrew interviewed Wilson and learned that Wilson had made the outburst shortly after learning that she had been called a racial slur by Lacey. But he decided that the context did not excuse her violation or her violation of the city's professional code of conduct policy and issued her a letter of reprimand August 2019. Okay, now this is interesting because obviously racism doesn't get a reprimand, but her making a proclamation of an emotional proclamation does. So during the 10-day trial, when asked about her use of profanity in that moment by Mandy Jeffcoach, lead attorney for the city, Wilson said, quote, I was pissed. Do you understand? You wouldn't. Being a Black woman, knowing what I knew, all of those things, I didn't think of any rules at the time. Later in August 2018, the city hired attorney Dallas Selling to investigate Wilson's complaint concerning Lacey's conduct. During her interview with Lacey, federal judge Kirk E. Sheriff observed that she failed to ask Lacey whether he had used a racial slur to describe Wilson. Instead, she questioned Lacey about his conversation with Smith without mentioning the racial slur, assuming Lacey would correct her if he used the slur. Her investigation determined that there was insufficient fact to sustain Wilson's allegations against Lacey. Selling, who also asked by the city in 2018 to simultaneously investigate Wilson's behavior, she found that Wilson was known to be, quote, aggressive, hostile, and disruptive. There we go. Oh, angry Black woman. Code for angry Black woman, okay? Once again, they're not dealing with the fact that her boss was racist. There's more. And recommended in 2019 that Wilson be fired. After some interface by her union representative and some legal wrangling over the next year, Wilson was given a 30-day suspension, September 2020, by the City Civil Service Board, all because she had one emotional proclamation after learning her boss was calling her the N-word. In the meantime, both Wilson and Smith decided, you know what, we're going to get on this together. So they filed an administrative complaint and multiple administrative complaints with the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing and received
that explains
their right to sue
everything.
letter. They review the case to see, do you have a right? Is there a proclamation you can make here based on the standard of law? Yes, you actually have a claim. So in their federal lawsuits, they accuse the city and Lacey of racial discrimination, harassment, and retaliation in violation of state and federal law. The lawsuit said Wilson had endured 15 years of racism waged against her by the city, which had denied every one of her applications for promotion. All of them were denied, consistently telling her that she was, quote, not the right fit, while hiring other people with less education and less experience. Wilson was eventually terminated by the city in 2022, although those reasons were not disclosed or made part of the trial because they would have been, they would have biased the jury. After deliberating for more than a day, on March 11th, the 8-person jury found the city of Fresno liable, guilty, for failing to prevent racial discrimination, harassment, and retaliation against Wilson, and for her relationship against Smith by transferring him to the tire team. So Eva Smith got some money. They're exposed, and they made me seem like I was an angry black woman stereotype, end quote. Wilson said after the verdict, quote, I'm so glad that the jury saw past that. Amen, sister. And I gotta highlight, I gotta highlight the colleague, the white male, who did the right thing, who heard enough, and who also decided to go on record with her to provide additional testimony as to the malfeasance of the supervisor. That's called an ally and a friend, all right? Okay, this is the thoughts here.
Well, you know, attorney selling is a perfect example of what I call white solidarity gaslighting. And that is when in solidarity with racism, you make the entire case about the reaction to racism. And so rather than doing a thorough investigation that held the actual offending party liable for his actions, who, by the way, according to reports, is still working for the city, it turns the black woman into the boogie woman for an outburst that I think anybody would excuse. I've heard more forceful language over football results or other things at work. So come on. But, you know, racism is expensive, but it is a price that white supremacists are consistently willing to pay. 15 years of abuse, documented incidents, documented discrimination. At any point, the city, if they were worried about the fiduciary responsibility to its tax-paying citizens, could have done something about this, at minimum, incompetent leadership from Lacey. At minimum, that's what it was. It was incompetent and inappropriate. At maximum is what Ms. Wilson was alleging. And they did nothing. And they're still doing nothing. And this is, we can expand this to the entire country. Racism costs this country, or has cost, according to Citigroup, $16 trillion over the past 20 years. This entire country would be better off with less racism. But yet, as a policy, we still, or I should say this society and our lawmakers, and Trump is a prime example of it, still choose racism every single time over the advancement and over progress for everybody. And so this is really, really disgusting that she had to endure this. I don't think that the amount of abuse that she had to deal with in terms of, and the psychological toll, the lost income that she had to deal with is, you can put a price tag on that, but good for her, because you know what? Black people being litigious is my jam. I love to see it. Absolutely. Document and sue every single time. Worst case scenario, you've just documented it. Best case scenario, you get a check.
That's right. And she's getting a government check for 15.
So on the back, Mystikal has been held without
$1 million a year for that pain and suffering. Damn it. God damn it. I just dropped something. Yeah, racism is definitely expensive. Especially at a hospital bill for saying the N-word to the wrong person, right? 16 trillion, now that's a good start. 16 trillion, I would say 100 trillion, but yeah, 16 trillion, that's a good start. Price has gone up. Yeah, but it's up to 100 trillion now, crew. All right, gentlemen, what's your thoughts? Shit, back there.
Well, check dig. And this specifically to the FBA family. This lawsuit wouldn't have went nowhere where Hispanics are in power, like Texas and Florida. Like, no shot at them, but just hear me out. Let me cook for a minute. This lawsuit wouldn't have went nowhere in the Bible Belt, right? But this is what I took from this. If you stand in these states like California, where they have these backwards laws and you can be puppies and dogs and cats if you want to, this is the prime opportunity to take advantage of the liberal racism where he think NIGGA make it all that much better and makes it all fine because they're emulating. See, and the most diabolical thing I took from that article is she wanted to mix conservative racism with liberal racism. No, you can't do that. The laws that they passed in California and places like Cali and New York for ubiquitous, the programs they still have going on and stuff like that, man. No, black folk. If you get disrespected by these liberals, don't rage out. Document it, get you a lawyer and sue them because their laws will be used against them. That's all.
Okay. Shabaka, thank you, Black Joe.
Okay, but the key is, man, is that you got to make sure they don't go in there, man, and remove and redact certain words out of that paperwork. You see what I'm saying? Los Angeles County is famous for that shit.
Yeah.
Listen, brother, we got cell phones. Everybody got a cell phone. If that white boy was on her team and she was a quick thinker, all she had to do was tell him to record it in his pocket. He could have got him on tape. But depending on where you at, it has to be a right to record state without without consent. So check for that as well. But that is another aspect.
Okay.
Right, because a lot of times they got to have your consent to record you.
Yeah.
But like Joe said, it all depends on what jurisdiction that you're in.
Right.
You see? You know, just like there, what I sent you, Brother Che, about the Antioch Police Department, man.
Antioch.
Yeah, Antioch, California's up there in Contra Costa County. In NorCal. Yeah. Pull it up. I just saw the story today where they was referring to our people as monkeys, mistreating our people. Oh, yeah. Mistreating our people, how they set the monkeys up and all that old type of shit. So that whole goddamn police department from the chief on down to the latest, newest recruit needs to go right straight to fucking jail for conspiracy.
In a perfect world, there would be no...
All them cops gonna do in California, all them cops gonna do in California is identify as black and ain't nothing gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yes and no, but they clearly are Nabiscos, without a doubt, number one.
Yeah, but they're in the right state for that, though.
Yeah, but what's going to happen is, you see, now this is where your girl Kamala, man, could get a whole lot of support from the black community, even as a former senator, I know it's wishful thinking because I don't trust nobody that washes greens in a nasty ass bathtub, dude, let me say that. But
it ain't even the green part for me. It's the woman that she went after whose child couldn't go to school because she had sickle cell, and she locked that woman up and made that woman lose her house.
Yeah, for truancy. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah.
She got Kamala Harris's history pretty much was arresting black men and disenfranchised single women.
Yeah, exactly. And then when they decriminalized MJ in California, Joe, all the people, man, because it passed, and all the people who were held on felonies, those cases were supposed to be dismissed, and those people were supposed to be relieved from Soledad, San Quentin, the men's colony down there, San Luis Obispo, you know what I'm saying? And she let them sit in there, man. You know what the fuck that is, people? False goddamn imprisonment.
Yeah.
Yeah, but California is allowed to be a warlord state between warring factions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, that's why, man, since I moved here to Nevada, Joe, I would love to see the motherfucker shake off into the water. I really would. A good 9 point to 10 point would do the job. That's total devastation.
Yeah.
You can clean up California and New York by reversing gun laws, giving law-abiding citizens the right to bear arms and defend themselves, and it'll clean itself up in 7 to 10 years.
In California, if you bring back the gun laws, that motherfucker will be cleaned up like in about 2.
See?
Yep. That's why they hated the Black Panthers so much. And then also, too, Joe, not getting off track here, Brother Chad, I just wanted to mention it because I called you up and told you about it. Okay, I just saw this shit here, man, on this crew called the Weathermen that burglarized the FBI files. You know what I'm saying? And they did it the night that Joe Frazier and Ali fought the first time in Madison Square Garden. And that shit.
Not just specifically for black people. No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you right on that there, DSB. Yeah, you right. That's when I lost respect for her. You know what I'm saying? And then not to mention, you know, she was up here having an adulterous affair with Willie Brown, who was a married man.
No, you lost respect for her when she was assistant DA.
Yeah, that's a yeah. Thank you, Brother Che. When she was the DA of San Francisco County and she refused to prosecute them damn San Francisco police officers that murdered Mario Woods. Talking about, well, he had a knife. Okay, but
let me add this.
Yes, sir.
This another thing what threw me off during the presidential debates. This is why you have to watch Witches and Warlocks. Outside of her Chicago debate, they were really aborting children outside in abortion buses. That was not her saying.
Oh, yeah. At the DNC when she was speaking in Chicago.
Yes. They had abortion babies. They was aborting babies and giving vasectomies.
Yeah.
Damn. Genocide.
Yep.
Genocide.
Sacrifices for a win. That's how I look at it. Since Epstein files say they pray to Moloch.
What happened with Joe?
Oh, damn. We lost Joe when they said that, but yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I say since the Epstein files say they pray to Moloch, I look at that as sacrifices.
Not Moloch. Wasn't Moloch on what was it? Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, he was a character on Mortal Kombat, but in the he a demonic demon that they pray to though. Like he sit beside Baal and all them guys.
Okay.
Damn.
Like some Luciferian type shit.
Oh shit.
Called Luciferian paganism, praying to the owl. All that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, playing the Lucifer. Yeah, and that's why they call Los Angeles the city of lost angels. Get it?
Yeah, they lost in the sauce.
Yeah, and you should have got a whole lot of lost motherfuckers out there, man. That's for real.
So switching gears, unless Lady Che got something to add. She's asleep, I think. I don't know. Sound like she's asleep. Mystikal. Remember Mystikal from No Limit?
Bonds of his 2022 arrest on rape and domestic violence charges.
Well, now he is a solidified rapist. He put
Damn.
Third charge of rape and faces 20 years in prison.
And then if he gets out, he's got to register as an RSO.
He already had that already.
Yeah. Okay.
He already had to do that beforehand because he got convicted the first time. They said it was like 6 to 10 years.
Damn.
He raped his character.
Damn.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing, though, man. Once a man got those allegations on him one time and they stick, it's way too easy to make 7, 8, 9, 10 more allegations like that stick.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Exactly. But at the same token, though, you got to look at what they did to Bill Cosby, too.
Yeah.
Man, Bill Cosby a little different from Mystikal.
Yeah, but did you get a look at them bras that accused Bill Cosby of that shit, man? Them bras look like they ain't been
them bull daggers.
Yeah.
Them bull daggers, man. Them wasn't lesbians. Them wasn't dice. Them bull daggers. Just like a chick who started the Me Too movement, KRS-One twin. Come on, bruh.
Yeah.
Come on, bruh. Come on, man.
Yeah. And that is a hell of a thing, man, to falsely accuse a man of. You know what I'm saying?
So Mystikal got accused.
See, look, man, I was in high school. When I was in high school, man. It was a chick that I declined, bro. And before I made it to school one day, she's walking through school fine, but she's telling everyone I assaulted her in a SA fashion with a knife and a gun. And I'm like, she walking through her. They're like, yeah. I'm like, bro, are you serious? Are you serious? She's walking. So I ended up accidentally slapping her, man, and I didn't even get suspended from school. So.
Oh wow.
Okay. Well, that's defamation of your character, Joe.
Right.
Yeah, that's
listen to me,
defamation
man.
of that man's character.
Being in high school and as you walk in, you're not popular, but everyone in the school is following you and watching you.
Yeah.
It was something out of a movie. Like everybody followed me, and the way me and her met up in the hallway, it was literally something out of a movie.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, rejection, when you reject someone, bro, I hate to say it, colorblind for women, man. I love women, bro. Rejection is their biggest kryptonite. They'll take abuse, they'll take cheating, they'll take poor finance as long as you sex them right. But to reject them, they'll ruin your life.
Yep.
Yeah, that's for damn
I
sure.
land. I ain't gonna say no more. I quit. I'm gonna shut up.
No, man, that's real talk right there, man. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so I'm gonna play Mystikal. Big Ant spokesman gonna give us an update.
Discuss future dates for the case. A gag order is in place in this case, which prohibits attorneys on both sides from speaking about it.
New Orleans rapper Mystikal has pleaded guilty to raping a woman in 2022. He pleaded to a lesser charge of third-degree rape. According to arrest documents, the rapper, whose real name is Michael Tyler, beat and raped the woman while she was visiting his Prairieville home. Prosecutors say he took her keys so she couldn't leave the house. His sentencing is set for June.
No, that's kidnapping.
And breaking this afternoon at 4, Louisiana rapper Mystikal pleaded guilty to third-degree rape charges moments ago. Thank you for joining us here at 4. I'm Tisha Powell. Mystikal now faces a maximum of 20 years in prison. Rapper Mystikal, whose legal name is Michael Tyler, was arrested in 2022 on rape and domestic abuse charges. The judge in the case ordered a pre-sentence investigation before the sentencing, which is set for June 16th. Tyler faced similar charges back in 2004 for sexually assaulting his hairstylist. He would end up spending 6 years behind bars and labeled a registered sex offender.
In just a moment, but first we are following some breaking news. Louisiana rapper Mystikal pleading guilty to a charge of third-degree rape.
And that happened today in an Ascension Parish courtroom. Mystikal, whose real name is Michael Lawrence Tyler, was set to face trial at the end of the month. His sentencing is set for June. Now, this is not the first time Tyler has pled guilty to a sexual violence charge. We, of course, are going to continue following this case.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV. UPTV, make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in, and we back outside with it. H-Time, Texas streets once again, getting our flip on, handling some business per usual. But I had to pull over here in the cut and let y'all know what was the latest up. And this breaking news that hit the timeline, and it's most definitely wild and out of line. And I had a link in the description where you can watch these clips in the beginning in full from WFAB9 and WBRZ and Channel 4 WWL. Well, I'm going to get into the write-up mode as well, as Mystikal has pled guilty to third-degree rape today. And it's breaking everywhere right now. You got to think, at one point in time, Mystikal was a very big superstar rapper, had major hits, was going crazy. And we seen this happen back in 2004 with him. And this would be the third time where something like this has been attached to his name. 2017, it was a little bit different because the case got dropped or whatever. But this one right here from 2022, he's officially through. It just is what it is. You got to call it like that, no matter how you slice the pie, bro. They get attached to you 3 times. And this is wild. And the write-up says this. Mystikal, the Louisiana rapper known for a run of late 90s and early 2000s hip-hop hits, has pleaded guilty to a third-degree rape in connection with a 2022 assault in Ascension Parish, according to WBRZ. The artist, whose real name is Michael Tyler, has been in jail since he was arrested in 2022 on several charges, including first-degree rape, simple robbery, domestic abuse battery, and false imprisonment. The charges were reduced as part of a plea deal. Deputies were called to a hospital in reference to a reported sexual assault. Detectives identified Tyler as a suspect after speaking with the victim, who suffered minor injuries during the assault. The victim had told investigators Tyler beat and choked her, then took her phone and keys to stop her from leaving. She also said he forced her to send him money via Cash App after the assault. Tuesday's conviction is not Tyler's first. He is a registered sex offender who previously served 6 years in prison after pleading guilty in 2003 to sexual battery and extortion in an unrelated case involving his hairstylist. In 2017, he was also charged with rape and kidnapping in Louisiana and spent more than a year in jail before posting bond. The charges were later dropped when a grand jury declined to indict him. Tyler, 51, now faces up to 20 years in prison. If he had been convicted of the original first-degree rape charge, he could have faced a life sentence. Mystikal rose to fame in the mid-1990s as part of Master P's No Limit Records. He found mainstream success with songs like Danger, Been So Long, and Shake Your A, featuring Pharrell Williams, and earned multiple Grammy nominations in the early 2000s. His sentencing is scheduled for June. And third-degree rape is different from different states. It has different little levels to it, and different things that qualifies for the first, second, and third degree. And this is the Louisiana situation of third degree rape right here. And for him to plead guilty to that, it's no way, bro. It's no way. If I got this on my record already, this is already something I've been accused of before, and twice before, even the first time. You get charged with it, we keep it 1,000. It follows you, especially if you're a superstar. Just being charged with it alone, no matter if you're innocent or you guilty, just calling it like it is. It's people that cleared their name, went through all the hoops and hoorah jumping and to do everything and completely prove their innocence, but it still can be attached to you because somebody gonna still want to try to find a way to believe it, just keeping it 100. But if you already done time for this, or registered for it, had a second case, it is no way in the world I'm pleading guilty to this for a third time. Ain't no way in the world at all when you already registered. Mystikal, obviously, keeping it 100. That's how he get down. We love the music. We love the hits. Even the early No Limit days, I was a fan of it. Had it on repeat, still smoking. All that. That was it, bro. The unpredictable, everything he was dropping. The man right here, we went crazy jamming at his kids, bro. I was young. But this right here is out of pocket, bro. Third time, I'm not pleading guilty to this, knowing it ain't no way. We got to go to trial and let God figure it out, because when you plead guilty to it, yeah, he would have faced a life. But I'm going to tell you like this. We going to come back on appeal or something. I'm not going to have a guilty plea of that on my name, especially when I done been through it already, especially when I've been accused of this 3 times in the public eye. Now, the second time in 2017, the situation they got dropped, they chose not to indict him. But from 2004, then you had this again in 2017, and then it's obviously something there, because I heard in the beginning where they said that they wasn't going to speak on, the lawyers cannot speak on anything. It's a whole bunch of, nah, Mystikal, that ain't it at all. Taking it, nah, brother, that ain't cool. We ain't standing behind that. I got to come over here and completely denounce it. That ain't it. It ain't nothing play about it. It ain't nothing solid about it. And you is Mystikal, dog. Like, Mystikal is Mystikal. You could get a woman if you want a woman. Women know you. You could go places. Like Dawg said, if you see me in the you viral off of freestyles, bro. Like, women know who you are. There's no excuses at all. Even if you wasn't popular and known, it still wouldn't be okay at all. But the fact that you is, and it can come to you easy, the way that women throw themselves at dudes nowadays, you still feel like you got to get out here and take something and snatch something. Nah, bro, something all the way out of pocket with you. You're all the way left. I'm just keeping it all the way 100. Y'all tell me what y'all think. What they say. If you ever see me in a fight with a bear, save the bear. Yeah, we're going to be looking for some savior because you was out of there. Tell me what y'all think. Y'all tap into their Patreon, Urban Politicians TV.
All right, Urban Politicians, make sure y'all sub to Front Line Blacc News. All right,
Exactly.
Shabbat, what are your thoughts?
Okay, only thing I could say about that is this. If a woman falsely accuses a man of some shit like that, she deserves to do 25 to life.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, it's because not only are you ruining somebody's life and reputation, not to mention all the heat they're getting from members inside their family. Okay. Also, too, now, if he did do this shit, then he does need to go to jail. You see what I'm saying?
He's already in jail.
Yeah, you say so. Whoa, man. Whoa. And then you got a lot of these, and seeing this here reminds me of that case that they had against Bill Cosby.
Yeah.
Did you take a look at them broads, man, that was accusing Bill Cosby?
Like y'all already brought it up. He already exposed it and explained it. What they
Man,
were.
I wouldn't, man, as ugly as them chicks was, man, I wouldn't even let them have sex with my dog.
Yeah,
that'd be animal abuse.
Like Joe, what are your thoughts on Mystikal?
All right, check this, man. Well, if I tell you, I'm gonna tell you a story and tell you my thoughts on Mystikal without me upsetting women in the audience. Okay.
Okay.
I was raised by a Black power feminist, and I can tell this story now that she's no longer with us. Okay. Hey, man, like you got to understand when certain women know that you got a background, because the Black power feminist that raised me, when she divorced her husband because she was cheating on him and he wanted to get a STD test because she was accusing him of something. Whole time it was her that gave him something. She called police, smacked and tore the whole house up and said that he was trying to beat her. It took for me to be behind her and she was talking to the police and me to shake my head no to stop that man from going to jail.
Damn.
And I land my plane.
Jesus. Okay,
yeah, you see, that there's some foul shit. You see what I'm saying? And not only is it foul, it is an act wrong within itself.
Yeah.
Just like rape is an act wrong within itself. And for a woman to falsely accuse a man of this heinous crime is an act wrong within itself. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, thank you, Jeffrey. It's discovered from his other channels.
Yeah.
Okay. Real quick. Hey, imagine a woman telling you harder, and after you done, she called 911, and you got a previous rape charge.
Right, exactly. Now here's one for you too. Suppose if you do the rope a dope and let her get up on top. Now, what is that?
It don't matter if she called 911 and you penetrated her and you got a previous rape charge. It doesn't matter.
Hold on, Joe. You're right. Now, suppose she go up there and grab you to put some work in. You see what I'm saying? My point is,
and you got a previous rape charge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, also too, we also got to look at the fact of extortion, like they did with Bill Cosby.
Yeah.
And you fresh out of jail with no money with a previous rape charge.
Right.
He been there since 2002 or 22.
Damn, so that's 4 years. Okay.
Yeah.
Say, and then keep in mind, dudes hit with them kind of cases, man, you know, they have things in there very, very difficult for them, if you know what they mean. Because you got a lot of inmates say, I got sisters, I got a wife, I got daughters.
Wait. We all, or me and her, we all know of a woman that said, I'll call your PO or I will call the police.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's extortion.
Yeah.
Say, that's extortion.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean?
So,
you know.
This case.
And then
let's change this subject.
Okay, hold on. I just want to say this here, Joe, and then I want to go on and change the subject. But just like how men don't like child molesters, you do have women that don't dig women making false accusations of rape either. Because these women got uncles, brothers, sons. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, what can I say, man? What can I say? What can I say?
It's
You know?
everything. It's like 3%. It's like 30% left though, bro.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so switching gears, we got the rotten apple. New Yorkers rage over Mayor Mamdani's extreme estate tax proposal.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Stop right there. You clicked on this video for a reason. Are you interested in finding your family and tracing your lineage? Are you a heritage American? Or maybe you're a foundational Black American like myself. Or maybe your family immigrated to America during this past century. Whatever the case, have you ever asked yourself how far back you could trace your lineage? Well, if you're interested in finding your family and tracing your lineage, you're in the right place. If you watch this video, I'm going to show you step by step how to find your family and trace your lineage and be able to download historical records to keep forever for free.
Sorry.
Hey, brother Che.
Go ahead.
I gotta ask you a question. Is this dude doing any marketing right here on our page, bro?
What do you mean? I'm sharing his content about it. I'm literally sharing his content.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We are live. Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TV Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship.
Man, subscribe and like and share Front Line Blacc News.
I would truly appreciate that. Okay. With the introduction out the way, let's get into today's live stream, right? And today we are headed back on over to New York City. Why is that? Because, ladies and gentlemen, you know, for those of you who are liberals, especially if you're really young, you know, you're going to learn nothing's free. Nothing is free. Absolutely nothing is free. When these politicians come to you with this pie in the sky stuff about free this, free that, reparative justice, restorative justice for the past and things of that nature, you're going to find out the hard way that, number one, they don't mean it, right? And they have no desire to make these things come to fruition that they're talking about. When they say tax the rich, that actually means they're going to tax you. And you'll even see with some of your biggest YouTubers and social media content creators and just commentators in general, even outside of YouTube, maybe that are on, you know, CNN and stuff like that. You'll see those that are the biggest proponents of these so-called policies that are restorative justice, reparative justice, tax the rich, things of that nature. They never actually take their audiences that are large and utilize them towards the goal of getting these policies passed that they say they won't pass. Everybody's just talking. Everybody's just running game. All right. And once again, like I said, you're going to find it out the hard way. And people in New York City, you're finding it out the hard way, just like they did in Chicago under Brandon Johnson, finding it out the hard way. Let's start here with Mamdani, you know, just talking that good game about taxing the rich. Let's check this out and let's start here first.
Amidst being in the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, we already see an exodus of working and middle-class New Yorkers. So I don't have a hesitation in asking those who make the most amount of money in the city or the most profits in the city to pay a little bit more so that everyone can actually stay in this city. It's also something not just about justice or the ability for working class people to live here. It is also actually about ensuring that corporations can continue to attract the top talent to this city.
As he admitted, people are leaving New York, right? The working class and middle class, they're fleeing New York City. And he's saying that, well, the solution to this is obviously tax the rich, as usual. But as you can see here, and as we've discussed in the past, and then we're going to get into the estate tax as well, you know, a lot of folks are out here big mad because it continues to just turn into tax to people. Look at this. We told you so. Zoran Mamdani straight up lied about socialism saving NYC. It's failed everywhere. It's been tried. And now he's jacking up property taxes on struggling Black families, making the city even more unaffordable. Buses still ain't free. Illegals get all the perks, and crimes turning our streets into chaos. Wake up, New York. Who's next? Who's next? Man, look at this. Because you guys keep falling for this stuff, you know, as it pertains to property taxes being raised on you when these guys say that they're not going to do that. Once again, going back to Chicago, oh my God, Brandon Johnson played you guys so badly. It's disgusting. Look at this. We're just going to glance through this very quickly. We're not going to stay here long because we've gone through this numerous times before. Black neighborhoods hit hardest with Cook County property tax bill increase, analysis fine. Soaring property taxes add to obstacles facing many Black homeowners. Chicago homeowners face his largest property tax jump in at least 30 years, to which, you know, in those Black communities that Brandon Johnson claims to love so much and want to protect so much, and he's always bringing up slavery, those Black communities, their property taxes went up 130%. 130%, right? And Mamdani plays that same game as it pertains to pulling from the past and on the heartstrings of the people concerning, you know, the how do they say it in what's it called, like the communist terms, the what is it again, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie or something like that, you know, the anti-capitalist rhetoric in general. He plays on that heavy just to turn around and tax the proletariat. If I'm not mistaken, the proletariat is the poor in that communist lingo, right? If I remember correctly, the bourgeoisie, they're the rich, right? And so he's supposed to be the proletariat, part of them, but he gets into office just to tax the proletariat, which is supposed to be the working poor and the middle class. It's very interesting. Look at this new tax that he's proposing now, right? On top of the 10% increased property tax that he's proposing, now he's looking to drastically raise up the estate tax. Look at this. Extreme Mamdani estate tax proposal goes right after New York's middle class families. Check this out here. Let me read some of this off to you very quickly. Mayor Zoran Mamdani is floating an extreme new proposal to change the state's estate tax and move that, a move that would hurt middle-class New Yorkers and their loved ones. The socialist mayor wants to drastically slash the estate tax exemption threshold from the $7 million limit to just $750,000. I'm going to explain what that really means in more simple terms in a moment. A drop of more than 90%, according to a memo City Hall recently circulated to Albany lawmakers. I don't think you guys understand how crazy that is. The tax revenue raising proposal document is a wish list containing dozens of different tax hikes that could be employed to bail out the Big Apple, according to Bloomberg. In addition to dropping the estate tax exemption to what would be the lowest in the US, Mamdani is pitching increasing the top rate to a whopping 50% from the current 16%. And what he said would raise $4 billion combined. And in closing, as we bring this article to a close, this is a prime example of how the tax the rich movement is actually all about taxing the middle class and those struggling to put food on their tables for their families. Assemblyman Michael Thanuas stated, right? So now let's go back to the top over here, just so you understand what's going on. Because these are pretty big numbers that are getting thrown around. And if you don't live in like New York City, if you're not from New York, you don't live in New York City, or if you don't live in a place like California or Los Angeles, you're going to think that if somebody has a $750,000 home, like they're rich, right? Or if an inheritance of $750,000 is being passed down to someone, oh, that's a lot of money, they're rich. In New York City, $750,000 is no money. Just like how in Los Angeles, $750,000 is no money, right? The average home in Los Angeles costs around about $1 million. And I would assume it's the same thing in New York City. So when you're talking about you passing away and the home that you paid off for 30 years, your child is now inheriting that home. And that home is only, what is it? $750,000, right? Let's say it's $1 million, $6 million. You're going to have to pay, your child is going to have to pay 50% of the taxable amount, which would be $250,000 that's taxable because it's over the $750,000 threshold. That means your child will have to pay up $125,000 in estate taxes in order to get that home passed down to him or her. If he cannot foot the $125,000 tax bill, now your child is forced to sell the house. You have to lose it now. It's gone because you couldn't afford to pay it, right? And once again, I have to reiterate, and I have to make this point clear. In Los Angeles, just like New York City, a $750,000 home, you are a middle-class penny pincher over here in a house like that. A $750,000 home in New York City, that's not a mansion. Just like in LA, that's not a mansion, okay? At best, it's a nice, cute little 3-bedroom in an okay neighborhood. Not even a good neighborhood, in an okay neighborhood. You see, because when people see these numbers, they assume that these people are rich if you have an estate worth this much. And I'm keeping it simple to just a home, because when you're talking about an estate, it's not just somebody's home, right? It's everything in its totality. It's your home, it's your business, it's your bank account, retirement fund. It's everything, right? It's everything in total. But I'm just keeping it down to the house because it just keeps things more simple, right? But here in Los Angeles, like I said, if your home is only worth $1 million, that might sound like a lot of money for you that lives in Texas. But here in LA, no. Just like in New York, no. So that threshold that has now been reduced to $750,000, because right now it's at $7 million. Anything under $7 million that you inherit, tax-free. It's all yours. Your child just gets it. Under Mamdani in New York City, he said, I want 50% of all that by dropping it from $7 million to $750,000. Because like I said, in places like New York City, that $750,000 home, that's regular. That's just middle class status. That's struggling working class, but you're penny pinching to an extreme degree. And you're just able to barely make that mortgage of like $5,000 a month. I kid you not. That's how much we pay for mortgages out here in LA and New York City. $750,000 home, $800,000 home, that's relatively small in an okay neighborhood. You're paying $5,000 a month in mortgage. That hasn't even covered the cost of utilities yet. It's crazy work out here. It's insane. It's insane. And once again, I don't mean to just kind of like overdo it with this explanation, but people don't understand what this means for regular, common, everyday people in New York City, middle-class folks in New York City, working folks in New York City that are just living regular, everyday lives, and they're not rich. Once again, and I'll get off it now and I'll stop over-explaining it. You see these numbers and you think $750,000, oh my God, it's a lot of money. You must be rich. Absolutely not.
Write all that shit
Absolutely not. Not when the average home costs $1 million. Okay? So he's coming for everything. He's coming for everything dropping that tax exemption from 7 million all the way down to 750K. He's taxing you in New York City. He's taxing the middle class. He's taxing the working class. He's taking the money out of your pocket, but he lied to you and said that he was going to tax the rich. That's what I say. When these folks come out here and they're talking about tax the rich, eat the rich, and all this other nonsense, it's game. It's game. It always turns into taxing you.
And that's
Every
why the
single
motherfucker
time.
should be
Every
locked up
single
for fraud.
time. I want to play this
Any
clip here.
goddamn politician
Check
that
this
gets
out.
up there
Let
and
me pull this up
lies
for
and
you
don't
guys.
do what he says for the people should be locked up for fucking
Look
fraud.
at this. I want to play it from this guy here.
Period.
Because he's going to explain
Watch how
what's going
fast
on in New York
that shit
very
is.
well. Maybe even better than me. Because
I
his
much rather
video is
vote
like
for
edited,
motherfucker
right?
who say
And let
he
me give him
can't
his
do
credit
shit
too.
and instead
Let me
of
go
they
over
give me
to
some
where I
pie in
got
the
this
sky
from.
bullshit.
This is from Tremel Thompson, right? Tremel Thompson on X. So check this clip out here. Look at this.
Mamdani must be stopped because he think owning a home for $750,000 make you rich now. Yeah.
I'm sorry for laughing. Mamdani. Everybody says his name differently. I just found it hilarious. I apologize. Mamdani.
No,
Like it
every
reminds me that I
goddamn
have to cue it up.
politician that gets
It
elected
is not as bad as Al
and does
Sharpton.
not
It
keep
reminds
up
me
with
of
his
when Al
campaign
Sharpton
promises
like completely
should be
butchered
locked up for
Mamdani's
fraud.
name, right? He said, man, Al Sharpton says, Zoran Mamdani. How many of you guys remember this? I'm sorry to throw the stream off, but I just had to play this.
Fraud in the inducement.
Zoran Mamdani.
Man, fuck this motherfucker, man. Particularly that bobblehead idiot.
Zoran
Right there.
Mamdani. Zoran Mamdani. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's get back to what my man had to say. Let's take it from the top. All right, take
Go
two.
suck on another banana, Al Sharpton, with your rainbow
Mamdani
flag.
must be stopped because he think owning a home for $750,000 make you rich now. Yeah, you heard right. Because under his new tax proposal floating around City Hall, owning a $750,000 home now puts you in the rich category. Can somebody please show me where these $750,000 mansions are in New York City? Because last time I checked, trying to find a decent house in a decent neighborhood for $750,000 is already on the cheap side. But
I have to stop him there. I hate to keep over-explaining this. And I know some of you are probably hating me for it, especially if you're a first-time watcher. You're probably like, I'm done with this guy. He just keeps saying the same thing over and over again. But I just have to stress what he's saying because I need to validate that what he's saying is true. You don't understand if you don't live in these blue cities, blue states. You don't understand how true what he's saying. He said if you have a $750,000 home and you're trying to get that in a nice neighborhood, that's already on the cheap side. And that's if you're lucky to get that in a nice neighborhood. If you do have a $750,000 home in a place like New York City and Los Angeles, it's probably in an okay neighborhood, not a nice one, okay. Where maybe your block, your little 3-block radius of homes, like it looks cool there. That's how it is in Los Angeles. You'll have these little hot spots, you could say, where within the little enclave of homes, it looks like a nice neighborhood. But once you leave that enclave and you go around the perimeter, it's the hood. It's the hood. I kid you not. So if you want a home that's actually not in the hood, that's in an actual nice neighborhood where their little enclave, your neighborhood and this little 4-block radius, it's represented out on the outside perimeter as well. In a place like Los Angeles or New York City, for that matter, it's $1 million plus. $1 million plus. Okay, that's why I have to keep reiterating this point because, like, you guys, y'all don't understand if you don't live in these places. You don't get it. You don't get it. You don't understand how true what he's saying is. That's already on the cheap side. But let him keep going.
mansions are in New York City? Because last time I checked, trying to find a decent house in a decent neighborhood for $750,000 is already on the cheap side. But here's the part people need to understand. Right now, families could pass down about $7 million before the estate tax kicks in. Mamdani's proposal would drop that to $750,000. That's a 90% cut. And the estate tax rate, it could jump from 16 to 50%. But the slogan we keep hearing is tax the rich. Let's talk reality in New York City. A $750,000 home isn't rich. This is a working class house. That's a house someone spent 30 years paying the mortgage on. And when that homeowner passes away, their kids may have to sell a house just to pay the tax bill. That's not targeting billionaires. That's targeting generational wealth. Because for most families in New York City, their home is their only real wealth. And when policies make that harder to pass that down, that's how the middle class disappears. But wait, it gets better. There's talks about also raising property taxes nearly 10%, around the 9.5% increase. So now let's connect the dots. Higher property taxes, a death tax hitting homes at $750,000, and estate taxes jumping to 50%. But remember, they keep saying tax the rich. Meanwhile, the people who actually get hit are working class homeowners, the people who work their whole lives just to buy one house in the city. And this is where the bigger picture comes in, because these ideas don't come out of nowhere. They come out of the ideology being pushed by groups like the Democratic Socialists of America. Yes, the DSA. And the DSA keeps saying they fighting for working people.
Survey said
that's a lie. But if your policies make it harder for people to own property and harder to pass that property to their children, then that's not pro-working class. That's anti-working class. Because when generational wealth disappears, the middle class disappears with it. And when the middle class disappears, who do you think is left owning everything? So now for $750,000 homeowner is now considered rich because apparently a transit worker with a house in Queens is now a Wall Street billionaire. A teacher in Staten Island is now apparently a part of the 1%. A NYPD officer who spent 25 years paying off a mortgage is suddenly rich. A firefighter who bought a house in Brooklyn in the 90s is now apparently living in luxury. And a sanitation worker who worked 30 years to finally own a home, well, congratulations. According to Mamdani, you're now part of the rich class too.
Crazy work. Crazy work. And it's so true what he's saying. It's so true. When you hear these numbers, I'm not going to keep over explaining it, but these numbers aren't what you think they are. They're not what you think they are if you live outside of New York and California and you think these numbers make you rich and you're well off.
Why
you bought
the fuck
your
you
home
think I moved to Nevada?
Back in the 90s or whatever. You bought it way back when. That home is worth $1 million now. I promise you, for those people that live here in LA, that $1 million home that they own and they maybe still be paying off, I promise you those people aren't rich. I promise you they're not living in a life of luxury. I promise you they're penny pinching. I promise you the gas prices are busting them over their head right now. It's not what you think it is. That is middle class in these blue states and blue cities, okay? And Mamdani, now I'm paranoid for what I'm not saying his name right. Mamdani, now Mamdani is coming for your property. He's coming for your wealth that was supposed to be handed down to you. Your grandparents, your parents worked extremely hard for that one little house that they have, respectfully. And now he's coming for it. But he told you he was going to tax the rich. Okay. Sounds good. Shout out to my man, Roger Wood. Roger Wood with the super chat. I appreciate the support, Roger. He said, but resist. We must, or we much. I think you meant to say we must. We must, and we will. Much about that be committed. Yeah. Al Sharp tongue. Exactly. They keep screaming, resist, 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 while snatching your property and your wealth away from you. The little bit that you do have or that you might have, they're shouting, tax the rich, eat the rich, but they're taking your stuff, right? Shout out to my man, Double C's. I appreciate you, Double C's. He says, the real question, apart from my normal cooning, is the great benefit of staying in LA or NYC. Just trying to understand. I don't get it. A lot of us, Double C's, our obligations have us stuck here. You know what I mean? So there's common sense minded people like me and you, right? Who would ordinarily, and I'll just say in my case, get out of here already. But our obligations, my obligations, have me here, right? I can't go anywhere. I can't go anywhere, right? At least not yet. At least not yet. You know, I'm here for the long haul. I'm here. But
yeah, brother,
outside
you
of
be up out
common
of
sense
Los
folks like
Angeles
me,
real quick
that
within
you know
about
we live
5
here,
years, brother.
but it's
You
kind
ain't
of because
gonna
we're
have
kind
no
of stuck
choice.
here due to our obligations. To the folks who can leave, and it's something that's interesting. I'm going to be honest with you, Double C's. A lot of people that live in these states and cities, blue states and cities, they're just suffering from extreme mental illness. I kid you not. That's the only example that I give you. Because the people that live here, they know cost of living is out of control. They understand how ridiculous everything is here. Forget about tariffs and Iran and whatever, gas prices, whatever. That aside, cost of living is already outrageous in places like Los Angeles and New York, right? It's already crazy. And everybody knows that it is. And everybody here complains about it. Yet they keep voting for the same Democrat lunatics that keep the taxes through the roof and taxing us out of oblivion to where cost of living is just crazy out of reach. They keep voting for these folks. And if you ask them, why are you doing that? Like, why do you keep voting for these people? They'll just start telling you stuff about, I don't know, racism and white supremacy. And if you're talking to somebody who's Hispanic, they're gonna start talking about ICE. So that's the thing with me when it comes to stuff like racism and stuff like that now these days. You start telling me about how some Republican is racist, Trump is racist, or this person is racist, that person is racist. What's that got to do with the price of housing in Los Angeles? Don't vote for Stephen Hilton to be governor of California. He's a racist white supremacist. What's that got to do with the price of gas? You know, I don't
everything.
I don't need the next governor to like me. Okay. I don't need the next governor of California to like me. That's cool, bro. You don't need to like me. I don't care if you don't like black people. I don't care. That doesn't mean anything to me. Can you bring the housing prices down, right? Can you get rid of these nonsensical taxes on gas that has our gas here in California 10 times higher than everybody else? All that other stuff be damned. I could care less if you don't like me. That's cool. Just get rid of the taxes that are destroying the state and destroying the city, and we cool. You can hate me all you want. I don't care about none of that.
Brother, I don't
You know what I'm
hate you.
saying?
California ain't gonna do it.
People out here in LA, if you talk to them, they care so much about these things, about whether or not their governor pretends to like them, because Gavin Newsom don't like you either, you know? But they care so much about whether or not, you know, their elected officials pretend to like them or not, that they'll vote for that elected official who's taxing them out of oblivion. And that's mental illness as far as I'm concerned. That's mental illness. It's mental illness. It's truly insane. Because like I said, everybody out here that lives here, they know it's messed up. They know. You talk to any and everybody out here, they'll complain about the homeless. They'll complain about the cost of living. They'll complain about the cost of housing and gas here and blah, 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 blah. But then they'll vote in the next governor as being another Democrat lunatic who's going to keep taxing you into oblivion. It's ridiculous, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. And you know, I think we'll leave that there. We'll leave it there. But yeah, man, we in New York City, you guys are finding out the hard way. You guys are finding out the hard way, just like they found out in Chicago the hard way, okay? That all this tax the rich stuff is nonsense. Always has been, always will be. It quite literally, consistently, always turns into taxing you every single time. And with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. So I want to thank you.
All right, TD Media Group, thank you for that update. What are your thoughts on Mamdani's proposal to extreme estate tax?
Mamdani should be recalled. It is ludicrous, it is ridiculous, and it's unattainable. You're going to have more people in New York City being homeless. It's unattainable. See, he's doing this shit, man, to go seize these people's property so they can go tear the shit down and put up some major corporation buildings right there. Just like what the dumpster does. Same goddamn thing they're getting ready to do in California. Yes, sir.
Can you read out the comments for me, that Josiah comment that I put in there?
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on, Joe. Hold on. Was it in the comments or the private chat? Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Okay, top states by total Muslim population. Is that the one?
The one above that.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, all right, hold on. Okay, jizya is a historical poll tax levied on non-Muslim subjects. Demis, if I'm saying it correctly, living under Islamic law, often characterized as a fee for protection, exemption from military service, and the right to practice their religion. It applies primarily to able-bodied, free, non-Muslim males, while often exempting women, children, and the poor. Top states by total Muslim population: New York 724,000, highest total population.
That's cool. Shabaka, see, I wanted you to read that because Mamdani has a record of slick being how do you say, if you view what they've done in the UK and what they've done in Australia and different places in their communities where they've implemented Sharia law, what you just said is what Mamdani implemented. Jizya, the tax.
Okay.
See, a lot of these people who voted for him and his socialist views were not born before 9/11.
Right.
I understand people feel like the CIA trained this and that and this and that, but you go back further than that when Russia was in Afghanistan and we trained the Mujahideen. We know, our country knows their tactics and their policies. Mamdani is implementing what has happened over in the UK, in New York.
Okay.
Literally, they have early morning prayer in New York and Detroit where it rings all across the country. But if you out there praying, if you're a Christian or anything other than Muslim, you get harassed by police and Muslims. I'm just saying that's and I feel like the way he's taxing So the way I feel like the way he's taxing the poor is that tax right there that's being implemented. Everyone is at war. Everyone is at war with the United States and Americans, regardless of your color. But Americans act like we're not at war until we shed blood from an attack. I land.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, and then also too, Trump, one of your nephews and grandsons are gonna go fight over in Iraq. Because he's putting in because what he's doing is, man, he's putting in those damn deferments on them already. I believe as we speak. This is the shit they're not telling you in the news.
Yeah, but getting back on topic, Chewbacca, what are your thoughts on Mamdani's estate tax proposal?
It's wrong. It's wrong.
As well as him implementing that whole trans thing, that's part of his culture too. You know that, right?
Yeah.
So when I say it's bigger than just him being a prick of a politician, this is part of their holy war, man. This is part of their jihad. This is part of their caliphate. And I'm gonna stop right there and I land.
Yeah, caliphate. Yep.
All right. Yep. And if I understand the caliphate correctly, gentlemen, that means pretty much like they own certain clique, right? If I understand it correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I believe you're correct, Chewbacca.
All right. You sound tired as hell, Jesse.
Yeah, I'm high too.
Well, I ain't mad at you. Where's Amaru? He want to get on TV tonight.
Amaru, bad boy. Bad boy. Some goddamn where.
Caliphate definition in the chat.
Okay. There's trash in the house. Oh yeah, he trashed the house.
He trashed the house.
Yeah.
Oh, he being a bad kid.
Mm-hmm. So he was in jail most of the day.
Oh, okay. Is he rattling his cage saying, "Let me out, let me out"?
Broke out.
Oh, so he did a jailbreak, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. And Joe, I did write the Caliphate is an Islamic state under the leadership of the Caliph, a political religious successor to the Prophet Muhammad, who governs according to Islamic law, commonly referred to as Sharia, I believe. It represents successor from the Arabic Khalifa and is the supreme leadership over the Muslim community. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay.
So we're gonna move on to the next topic, and that is tracing your lineage back to the South.
Well, we went to Alabama, Tennessee, Virginia.
So Black Americans can trace their lineage back to slavery using free records. So the next video is from the brother I played earlier. You're gonna give us an update on that.
Okay, now I've got a question. How accurate are these records?
Well, I don't know, Sabaki. We'll see.
All right. Okay.
Stop right there. You clicked on this video for a reason. Are you interested in finding your family and tracing your lineage? Are you a heritage American? Or maybe you're a foundational Black American like myself. Or maybe your family immigrated to America during this past century. Whatever the case, have you ever asked yourself how far back you could trace your lineage? Well, if you're interested in finding your family and tracing your lineage, you're in the right place. If you watch this video, I'm going to show you step by step how to find your family and trace your lineage and be able to download historical records to keep forever for free. There are millions of Americans that don't know their family roots. Some people only know their parents. Some people have never even met their grandparents or have any knowledge of their extensive family history. Maybe you grew up in foster care and you were adopted or aged out, and all you have is the names of your birth parents. Or maybe you just know your parents and were never raised around your extensive family, so therefore they don't have any knowledge about their previous generations. Some people are lucky. In some families, you may have a family member that serves as the family historian. And in some cases, there is no historian. So that means you have to be the historian. With the advent of technology, records that were once uneasy to obtain are now readily available in digital form at the click of a button and easily downloadable for your personal storage. If you don't know where to start, I could show you how I was able to trace my lineage for free using a free website. If you stick around, I'll show you step by step how you could trace your lineage and save the records to keep forever. The web application that we will be using is FamilySearch.org. FamilySearch.org is a free database that allows you access to a multitude of records for free, such as the U.S. Census, birth records, marriage records, death records, military draft and enlistment records, immigration and naturalization records, land records, land deeds, court records, newspaper, cemetery, and burial records. Some people may ask, what are the benefits of tracing your lineage? Well, number one, tracing your lineage restores continuity. Tracing your lineage also helps to heal historical gaps. And ultimately, it helps an individual to reclaim their history. Just some quick history for you. The United States has kept a record of population count of every resident in the United States since 1700s. This record is called the U.S. Census. The first U.S. Census was conducted in 1790 and carried out by President George Washington. The U.S. Census has been conducted every 10 years ever since. After the 13th and 14th Amendment, the 1870 census was the first census where formerly enslaved Black Americans were able to be counted as full persons. Prior to this, every census counted Black Americans as 3/5 of human beings. It's amazing the things that I was able to find with my history, such as U.S. Census and military records of my great-great-great-grandfather. For example, take a look at this Civil War enlistment record from 1865 of my great-great-great-grandfather. He served in the U.S. Colored
Thank you for
Troops.
joining us,
I was
Joe.
also able to find him in the U.S. Census of 1880. Take a look at this other record of another one of my relatives that was a tribal identification card for the Choctaw tribe. Take note of the race that's
and them
listed
motherfuckers
as
enslaved
Negro.
us too.
Or how about this military draft record of my grandfather? If you stick around, I could show you step by step how you can find your family and trace your lineage and download historical records all for free. For this tutorial, I'm going to use Kanye West as our example. I was able to find Kanye West, his family, and trace his lineage all the way back to 1850. So now let's get started and you can follow along as we go. The first thing you want to do is go to your search engine and type in familysearch.org. And then we want to create a free account.
No, you don't. You'll be spammed to death with that shit.
A free account, Sabaka.
I know, and you'll be spammed with it.
Not a paid account, a free account.
Now that you're done creating your free account, if you follow along, I'm going to show you step by step using Kanye West's family how to locate a family member, trace their lineage, and be able to download historical
And
documents.
nigga, you do some shit like
Let's
that
go.
there to me, I will sue your goddamn
family,
ass
we're
for
here,
invasion
and
of
now
my
we're going to dive
privacy.
into this, and I'm going to show you step by step how to be able to locate a family member, trace your lineage, and download historical records. So after you've created your free account, this is what the familysearch.org homepage looks like. And as I've stated previously, we're going to be using Kanye West as our example to be able to locate a family member and trace their lineage. So we know that Kanye West is a celebrity, so therefore all of his information is public. We know that Kanye West was born on June 8th, 1977 in Chicago, Illinois. He was born to his mother, Donda West, and his father, Ray West. So for this example, we're going to be focusing on Donda West, and we're going to trace her history back to slavery. So, okay, let's go. Now that we're on the home page, if you can see my mouse cursor, you're able to follow along. The first thing we're going to do is go into the search bar. And within the search bar, we're going to select records. After selecting records, it brings you to this search engine right here. And so what we want to do is select more options, because when you select more options, it gives you additional search features to help you narrow down your search. And as you can see down here, it shows different sort of life events and dates that you can enter in, which also helps to narrow down the search for the person that you're actually looking for. And so for this, we're going to select any, because we know that Kanye West was born in Chicago, Illinois, and we know he was born there in 1977. So because we're searching for Donda West, that's an actual life event that we could actually tie to her to try to help narrow down our search. So the first thing I'm going to do is type in her name, Donda as her first name, and then West as her last name. Then I'm going to select, we want to make sure any is selected, and then we're going to type in Chicago. And then as you can see, it gives you different locations to be able to select. So Chicago pops right up. We're going to select Chicago. We know that Kanye West was born in 1977. Another thing I forgot to note is these check boxes here. It says match last names exactly. So that's what we want to check because we want to search exactly for how this name is spelled. So once you do that, then select search and let's see what pops up. So all of these different records pop up for Donda West and it pinpoints her in Chicago during the 1970s. As you can see, these are records for residents, right? But then if you scroll down, you see obituary. So we also know that Kanye West's mother passed away. So let's select obituary to see if this is her. And as you start to scroll down, it gives you a profile and actual records that ties this person, this document to the person. So look what's listed on the record. Her obituary lists Kanye West. So therefore we know that this is Donda West, the actual mother of Kanye West. But if you look to the right-hand side, there's already a profile that was created for this person with additional records attached to that person, right? So if we're looking for Donda West, there's so many records that are available for free that ties this person to who we're looking for. So as I stated, there seems to be a profile already created. So I'm going to select Donda West or Donda Claren Williams. So Donda Claren Williams is the maiden name of Donda West before she married Ray West. So look, it even provided us with her maiden name. But if now that we're in her actual profile, we're going to scroll down and look what it lists all her different family members that are attached to this profile. So it shows her children, and then it also shows her parents. So we know that Donda Claren Williams' birth parents are Portwood Williams Sr. and Lucille Eccles. So let's just try to select her father, Portwood Williams Sr. And it also shows the birth date right here. He was born in 1915. And then up here, it shows sources. So these are all the sources, historical records that verify that these are the family members associated with Donda West, also known as Donda Williams. So now let's go back to details. We're going to go back to the father, and now let's select the father. And then we're going to select person. And now we have the profile for just the father of Donda West, which is Portwood Williams Sr. And so now if you scroll down to his profile, you'll also be able to see that it lists his parents and his children. So Portwood Williams, his parents are listed right here as John Williams and Clara Jones. Now look how far back we're already going. We're already into the 1870s. So now if I select Portwood's father, which is John Williams, and then it allows me to search his profile. Now we're into John Williams' profile. Now, if we scroll down, look what it shows. See, it shows who John Williams was married to, and it also shows his children. So you see Portwood down there listed as his child. So now we're going to select his father, John Williams, who was born in 1852. So I'm going to select John Williams' his profile. Now we're in John Williams' profile. And if we scroll down, look, no parents listed. So this is as far back as the records will take us at this time. But John Williams was born in 1852. Mind you, Black Americans were not emancipated or freed until 1865. So therefore, John Williams was born into slavery. He was born as a slave. So that means that Kanye West is a certified foundational Black American. Let's go. So now that we're in John Williams' profile, we're going to select sources. And now this gives us access to his records, right? So now if I wanted to download this record to keep, it shows us the different records. So this is a record. This is the 1880 U.S. Census that lists John Williams as well as the different family members that are associated with him. So John Williams lists his family members within this record as well. But if we want to view this original document, we're going to just select view original document. And look, family, it shows us the actual uploaded digital form of this real actual document, the U.S. Census from 1880. And if you want to download this document to keep
Who left this,
for free,
Jay?
you select this download button right here. You select download, and it gives you different options to download, right? You could download it with highlights that actually highlights him within this document, or a PDF record image with no highlights, or a JPEG file, or just not download it at all with no record image. But we're going to select PDF record image with no highlights, and then I'm going to select download. Okay, family, so it's downloaded. So now, after watching this tutorial, I was able to demonstrate how you're able to locate a family member, trace their lineage, follow their profiles back in time to see how far their records go, and then also be able to locate the record and download it to keep. So I hope this helps you in your search to find your family and trace your lineage. But some quick tips to help you while you're on your search. So the deeper you get into searching for family members, when it comes to the U.S. Census, you'll start to notice that sometimes there could be slight discrepancies in terms of how names are spelled. For example, Pearlie Williams may be spelled as Pearl Lee Williams, or Pearlie Williams, or Pearlie Williams. So as you can see, there may be 3 different variations that pop up within the census, within different census that were taken at the time. But it's important that you follow the family members that are listed within the census. And this is how you know it's the same individual. Also, the birthdays will match. But it's just something to note, family, that when you're searching for family members, you may search under one name and then not notice that that family member's name was misspelled differently on a different census. So when you're in your search,
that shit is
finding
full of flaws,
members,
Cat.
make sure to check all different variations of names. And then if you come to a dead end on one name, check the other names as well, and you'll see that it continues to lead to a deeper trail for you to follow. But that's it, family. I hope you enjoyed this video. I want you to like and subscribe. It helps me out a lot. And until next time, this is
like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News.
All right, was that helpful for you?
Well, our family already did ours. But what you could do, as opposed to paying this dude to skip the truth gates, right? If you got family members in Washington, D.C., like we had, they went to the National Archives and got it. So you ain't got to pay this trick, you know?
He's not charging. So you could do it for free of charge. Like what?
Well, then okay, how is he getting paid for his time, Brother Che?
I don't know, Shibani. He didn't say nothing about charging nobody for nothing.
But I do know, man, if you go to the state of Illinois, okay, they're going to charge you for it.
Yeah, but that's a different entity, Shabaki. All right, Black Joe, what are your...
Joe left.
Oh, damn it, he was just here. I gotta bring him back here.
Yeah, if he's trying to get back in.
No. Yeah.
Because the only thing I know is that I was trying to trace down a loved one, right? Okay. So what had happened was I'm trying to search for hey, Cool Keezy, peace. Okay. So I was trying to search for a loved one, right? The damn Crook County, wanted to charge me like about $75. Then all of a sudden, when I was going through Crook County, right? Then Skip the Truth Gates bullshit show up. You know, so that's just from my experience. That's why I'm saying that. I can't speak for nobody else.
Okay, Shabaka. All right, we're gonna move on to the next topic, and that is Gabrielle Union canceled for calling Black Man weak for not voting for your girl, Shabaka, Kamala Harris. Ones with the
Now, this is the same Gabrielle Union, right? That's married to Dwayne Wade.
Yeah.
Okay. And didn't they mutilate their child?
Yep.
Okay. All righty.
So, brother Water God TV gonna give us an update on that.
All right. And then I'm gonna have to pull out after this one, Brother Che.
There's only one more topic after that
article they released that Tisha Campbell.
Okay, I'll hang with you. Okay.
Something wasn't right with Gabrielle Union, so she offered her therapy. Something still ain't right with Gabrielle Union. Okay, for her to just go out there and call Black men weak, knowing what she been through, what she took the check to do to Dwayne Wade's son.
Might have to drop a dime on them niggas. For sure. I don't like that shit. For sure, bro. I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing help wealth and a better understanding of self. So check this out. Gabrielle Union is getting canceled for categorizing weak Black men. Now, we know that this is a paid influence. Okay, this is somebody that got paid to do this. She's someone who thought it was okay to turn a young boy into a young girl. And then goes on and want to talk about weak Black men. You can't make this stuff up. And you want to make it seem as if it's about an election. So weak Black men use the 2024 election to get revenge on strong Black women they resent. It couldn't just be about the policies. There's a lot of Black women that don't even rock with Kamala Harris. But this is what they do to try to make all of them stick together to go against the things that FBA is trying to do. So we get, it's always another shot, another shot, another shot.
You recently just spoke to people, you're open about menopause and reflecting on your value. Now that you're in a space where you feel more empowered, what has that evolution taught you about self-worth, being a GOAT in that nature, and how you move through the world today?
Ooh, that's a great question. Well, I realized I was born worthy. It's not something you have to earn. You're born into worthiness. It's the world that will start to make you doubt yourself. And I also recognize the power and the necessity of having great people around you that believe in your dreams, not the constant criticism or the haters or the people who put their, who put their fears and limitations on you, but have real, true support. And it doesn't have to come from your family. It doesn't even have to come from your friends. It can come from the community, and to lean on the community as much as hopefully you are pouring back into the community. But yeah, don't ever let anybody put a limit on your dreams or a ceiling on your dreams. Yeah.
Final question for you. What would you say is your specific GOAT film that you have been in?
Oh, bring it on.
All right, so maybe Gabrielle Union need to do some more therapy. All right. In this article they released that Tisha Campbell had seen something wasn't right with Gabrielle Union. So she offered her therapy. Something still ain't right with Gabrielle Union. Okay. For her to just go out there and call Black men weak, knowing what she been through, what she took the check to do to Dwayne Wade's son. But that's neither here nor there. But our point is, we're not accepting no Gabrielle Union to disrespect Black men publicly. So we put her on the cancel list. We know that she's being paid. She's a paid influencer for the higher ups. They using her just like they use a lot of other people. But I want to know what y'all think about this, man, in the comment section. Yeah, she said some things previously that was disrespectful to black men. So, and then she can fall right on Wade and Dwayne Wade, and he can just say it's all good because she with somebody. This is just how the higher ups is playing us, man. They trying to make this war between black men and black women. And it's paid influencers like Gabrielle Union that keeps this thing going. Okay, it's a couple more women that keep this thing going too. I would definitely say, like a Beyonce. Let me know what y'all think, man. Name some who y'all think is out here that's definitely getting paid to provocateur. But I'll catch y'all in the next video. Peace and love.
All right, thank you, brother God, CB. All right, what are your thoughts, Shabaka, on Gabrielle Union?
Okay.
Council on Black Men Week for not voting for Tammy.
Okay, she's fucked up in the head. Then to mutilate her son like that, more fucked up in the head. I don't pay her no regard. To quote you, she's a nothing burger to me.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't give her a cup of piss, man, if she was out here in this damn desert dying of thirst in about 3 months.
Damn, Shabaka. All right, so moving on. We got the white boy, Jack Harlow. And he says he got Blaccer with his new music.
He got Blaccer with his new music.
So
oh boy, another motherfucker believing in Santa Claus. Okay. So whose music did he steal? Whose beats did he steal? That goddamn fraud Elvis Presley did. And I told another motherfucker that, man, 4 days ago.
Yeah, so Tariq gonna give us an update on that. And I believe this is the last topic of the night.
All right, and then let me know, Brother Che, when it's a good day for us to have Dr. Randy Short. Yeah, he related to me, man, that he needs about a week notice.
Like and subscribe.
I'm saying you didn't retreat into a whiter genre. In fact, you arguably went deeper into
I got
black
music.
Yeah. Deeper into black.
Yeah.
So
motherfucker,
is that,
I will beat
was that
your
conscious? Was that a little
ass
twist on the typical move that white rappers make, which is to retreat back into traditionally white sounds?
It certainly made what I already wanted to do even more appealing.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Because you like pushing that boundary, that line?
I think I love black music. I love the sound of black
Who
music.
among us?
Yeah, I love the sound of black music.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm hyper aware of the politics of today, that safer landing spot that a lot of my white contemporaries have found. And of course, it appealed to me to do something that I felt like at a time when there's plenty of people expecting me to take some of the routes y'all are taking.
Yep.
To take the route that not only might not be expected, but is also the one I genuinely want to take. So all the stars aligned in that way for me, to be honest. I'm not going to pretend like what you're talking about. I was like, I guess you're right. I knew that there were multiple things appealing about this route, but I also came to the decision, I'm proud to say, off of what feels good in my ear. I love R&B music. I love the sound of soft, intimate, melodic music. So
yeah. What I do want to talk about, I saw an interview with Caucasian rapper, Jack Harlow. Y'all know Jack Harlow. Jack Harlow, he has some pretty good songs. What's that song? What is that song he got? It's a pretty good, my son liked that song. What was that last hit Jack Harlow had? What was that song, man? I can't think of it right now. What was that song, the last song he had that was kind of a big hit? He got bodied by Drake. Is it First Class? Is it that one? What's that song? Oh yeah, Whip, Loving on Me, yeah. My son loves that. My son Taylor loves that. That was a tight song. He has some tight songs. I give credit where credit is due. So he did an interview. He was with some I guess white podcasters. I don't know, and said something interesting. Said something very interesting. And Jack Harlow seems like a cool guy. And they asked him about the music direction he's going in, and he said, "You know what? I'm going to get blacker with my music. My new music, I'm getting blacker. I'm leaning more into R&B and singing." And that's a very interesting choice of words. Some people looked at it a little funny style, like, okay, what does that mean? He's getting blacker. Jack Harlow. Talking about Jack Harlow. Yeah, he said, I'm getting blacker with my music. That's a very interesting choice of words. Yeah, he acknowledged it. He acknowledged it. Here's the thing. See, this is a pattern. A lot of white artists, they always try to get blacker when they come out. And what he's really admitting is that it's the Black musical forms that still function as the gold standard for cool soul, rhythm, emotional depth, cultural legitimacy in American music.
Our rhythm, but not our blues.
So he's framing his new sound in a way that tells the truth about where he's getting it from. Initially, they always do that initially. Because see, a lot of white artists, what they'll do, they'll get credibility first by confessing the Black influence. Historically, the first move is usually admiration. They openly say, I grew up on Black music. I was inspired by Black artists. This genre came from Black people. A lot of them would do that initially. The Beatles would do that. They would follow Little Richard around. The Rolling Stones would follow around Muddy Waters and people like that. They would always hang around our artists and soak up game and emulate them and mimic them. And that gave them credibility. Even the country artists, all of the early country artists admitted that they were getting everything from Black artists. They would openly admit this. This gave them authenticity. This is the thing that gave them authenticity. And this honesty kind of make audiences lower their guards to a certain degree. But the problem is not just appreciation itself. The problem is, once these Caucasian artists become big enough, the industry starts centering them as the face and the innovators and the default image of the genre, while the Black foundation gets pushed into the background. You see? That's why it's up to us, ladies and gentlemen. We have to remind people of the origin stories. See, that's why we did microphone check. You understand? You saw what they were trying to do with microphone check. With hip hop, rather. I'm sorry. You saw what they were trying to do with hip hop. They tried to do a hostile Latino takeover. They tried to do a hostile takeover with hip hop because they used to admit, again, the Puerto Ricans would admit where they got it from. Oh, with the Moreno dance, we'd get it from the Morenos. You would see interviews of Crazy Legs talking about the Moreno dance and the Black people they got it from. You saw interviews of Big Pun saying, hey, thank you to the Black people for letting us in the genre. They would admit that it was Black people and Black people let them in. And then within the last 10, 15 years, all this dual origin story nonsense started coming out, this co-creation nonsense, which was ultimately designed for them to just etch us out of the genre altogether as the originators. I'm telling you where they were going with the hip hop story. They were going to try to say that we actually got it from Puerto Ricans. That's where they were trying to go with it. They were saying if we went along with that 50-50 garbage, they would have kept pushing the envelope to 100% Latino and we got everything from them. That's where they were trying to go with it. That's why we had to shut all that down with microphone check. Excuse me. And we needed to do it while everybody's alive, basically, because when people start passing away, they start really ramping up the lies, just like they tried to lie and say Disco King Mario, who isn't with us no more. They tried to lie and say he was Puerto Rican. Now, he was an original unsung innovator of hip hop. He was there at the early stages. They just never talk about Disco King Mario. He passed away, I think, in the early 90s. He was very instrumental in the creation of hip hop. And they've written him out to a certain degree. But a lot of people are mentioning his name, so they tried to Latinize him and pretend that he was a Latino. We got his daughter in microphone check to shut all that down. He's like, my dad ain't no damn Puerto Rican. Ain't nobody Puerto Rican in the family. We're from North Carolina. My dad was born in North Carolina. His grandparents are North Carolina. All of us foundational Black Americans. Yep, he wasn't Latin. Boy, they were lying. They were running with that Latin lie. Because he wasn't here to defend himself. But no. No, we have to fix that. You see? But it's up to us to really beat the drum, to remind people where all this stuff comes from. See, the rock genre already showed us how the game is. We create rock, we influence rock, and the face of rock and roll is white now. You got the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. When they start inducting Black artists, you got the white tea supremacists out here complaining. Because right now, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland, some of the nominees for this year's inductees is Luther Vandross, New Edition. Who else? There's some other people, and there were some Mayo maniacs on social media talking about, hey, why is Luther Vandross and New Edition being inducted in rock and roll? This isn't Black. What? Yeah, it is. Yeah, R&B and all that is an extension of the Black genre of rock and roll. Yeah. Oh yeah, Gene Simmons was complaining. Yeah. Oh, punk ass Gene Simmons. Yeah. Yeah, it was a few of them. Is Lauryn Hill, is she nominated? That's great. She's a phenomenal person. Wu-Tang too. It was Wu-Tang. Is it Salt and Pepper? Okay. So Wu-Tang, okay, yeah, they should be in it. Yeah, they absolutely should be in it. Yeah, Outkast got it last year. Yeah, Outkast got inducted last year. Who said Lauryn Hill is not Black American? Who said that? Yes, she is Black. She is Black American. What you talking about? Oh, philosophical, you got a troll account. Okay, there you go. I was about to say, okay, you just trolling. Tried to say Lauryn Hill isn't a Black American. Stop it. Lauryn Hill is FBA. Stop it. All right. Yeah, Lauryn Hill is not Jamaican. No, she's not Haitian. Lauryn Hill is not Haitian. No, Wyclef and those guys. She's not Haitian. No. But again, as far as the music, ladies and gentlemen, just like country music Hall of Fame and the museum, at least they admit it was Black people who created the genre. They admitted at the museum. And this is important because see, a lot of mainstream storytelling, they'll try to treat country music as naturally and exclusively white, and they'll complain when people like Beyonce does a country album, making it seem like she's doing something outside of her culture. No. She did a genuinely country album because country music comes from foundational Black Americans. I had an argument with a white supremacist about that last week. See, these people, if we don't gatekeep our cultural inventions, when we circle back and spin the block on them, they'll act like we're guests in our own culture. And the thing is, man, the issue isn't about other people participating. Yeah, it's great that we create something and everybody wants to indulge in it. That's fine. The issue is who gets ownership in the public imagination. See, nobody is saying other races can't sing, rap, R&B, do country rock. We create the vibration, the language, the style, the attitude, the rhythmic grammar, and then somebody else gets packaged as the safer, more universal, more marketable vessel for it. You see? And then the face of it becomes whiter and whiter over the years. So the industry, they still recognize blackness as the source of the flavor, but it shows you how white artists can come in and move in and out of these spaces while we remain boxed in. See, a lot of these YT artists, they can use our genres and just bounce around and then flip whenever they feel like it. Like a Kid Rock. Kid Rock got his feet wet in the game by mimicking rap.
Right.
I wouldn't even call him a rapper, but he was mimicking rap. He was doing rap albums, trying to look and sound like us. When he got his weight up, all of a sudden he flipped into some Confederate flag waving hillbilly.
Yeah.
You see? You got to watch this stuff. Oh yeah, this dude is damn near like the alt-right now. So we got to watch people. Sometimes when people mimic you, sometimes there's a vitriol underneath. I want y'all to understand something. Listen, I want y'all to feel me, family. Sometimes we think, okay, people are mocking us. There's an admiration. Sometimes with these YT supremacists and with the tethers too, when you have to emulate us, because we are the culture. Everybody has to emulate us somehow, some way, and siphon off of our cultural resources. There's a little vitriol and a little hate and a little jealousy underneath because they can't do it. They don't have no damn culture like that. You know? So there's a little animosity underneath. Just like that one rapper, Action Bronson. Y'all remember? Is he still around? Is Action Bronson still around? Is Action Bronson still around? Yeah, Mark Wahlberg and these people. But yeah, Action Bronson is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Y'all, and Action Bronson, he's still around? This YT rapper came out sounding exactly like Ghostface Killer from Wu-Tang Clan. Action Bronson, he's a chef now. Okay. Remember, he came out sounding exactly like Ghostface. Exactly like him. And Ghostface was cool about it. He was like, okay, it's flattering. I ain't gonna trip. It's flattering. And everybody kept saying, hey man, you sound just like Ghostface. You sound just like Ghostface. And he just played it cool for a minute. And then one time he got on ESPN and just straight dissed Ghostface. He got on ESPN and shitted on Ghostface for no reason whatsoever. Y'all remember that? Y'all look that up. Look that up on YouTube or whatever. He got on ESPN and somebody said, hey man, do you how do you feel about all those comparisons that you get to Ghostface? He was like, yeah, whatever. Ghostface don't be making rhymes like this no more. And everybody's like, what? We know you didn't just diss this person you're emulating, and then all hell broke loose. Ghostface made a video dissing him, remember that? And I think, didn't Action show up somewhere? He showed up somewhere, and boy, Papa Wu, he's from the Wu-Tang Clan, G-checked him and made him get the hell on somewhere. Yeah. They checked him up. Yeah, Papa Wu G-checked his ass and made him get the hell on up out there. Was it a funeral or something? Action Bronson showed up somewhere. And he got pressed. Rightfully so. Shout out I love Wu-Tang because they will press niggas. Wu-Tang, they're known for pressing. They some of y'all might not remember, Wu-Tang pressed Steve-O one time. Steve-O from Jackass, the white boys do all them old great goofy ass stunts and all that stuff. Steve-O did something. He was on stage and said something disrespectful about Old Dirty Bastard. And they almost whooped his ass on that stage. They made him apologize. It was on Raekwon. Raekwon made him apologize on stage. They about to whoop his ass on that stage. Y'all remember that? Oh yeah, Wu-Tang is with the business for real, for real. Yeah, they got his ass on stage. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to G-check these people and not let them get away with that BS. Because they'll try you. Yeah. Yeah, y'all looked at Steve. Yeah, Steve-O the junkie. Yeah. But shout out to the Woo. Yeah, a lot of these folks get real comfortable. That's why I respect Woo. You don't let them get that comfortable. You ain't gonna get too comfortable. You won't get G-checked. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he did something, but I know it was something that was kind of disrespectful to ODB. And they were like, nah. He's up there. He was on stage saying something. And they made him apologize. So listen, man, this is why foundational Black American grassroots gatekeeping, it ain't hate. We're doing cultural maintenance, ladies and gentlemen. See, if you don't actively protect your lineage gets blurred. If you don't protect your culture, it gets watered down and sanitized. If you don't name the source gets replaced. If you don't keep reminding people who cultivated these sounds on American soil, then the conversation is going to drift to vague terms like urban and melting pot, and we all made it. And it came from Africa. When they started all that, it came from Africa. Look, do not be ashamed to gatekeep our culture, ladies and gentlemen. Do not be ashamed to gatekeep the culture. Yeah. Oh yeah, Wu-Tang, yeah, they're known for pressing. Oh, they press everybody. Anybody come at them sideways, they're known for pressing. Yeah, silence creates erasure. It absolutely does. Let me get some of the legendary Tethernator. What's up, my brother? Gatekeeping is the best thing we can do. Don't let nobody shame us, telling us we're divisive for gatekeeping and standing on lineage business. Don't let nobody do that because everybody else does it. Everybody else protects whatever comes from their culture. You get to name and claim parts of your culture, and you co-sign or not co-sign anybody who tries to participate in it. But they got this thing that we're not supposed to do that, and we're not playing that game. We're going to do that because we are the culture here, and we're going to own that, and we're going to make everybody respect that, and we're not going to pawn that off to Africa and all that. We're not doing, we're just not doing that. Excuse me. Let me get some folks in here. Y'all raise your hand. Family, raise your hand if you want to get on. If you're ready to get on, raise your hand and let me talk to you. Raise those hands and let's hear from the family. Are y'all in here? What's up, Levels Law? Respect to you. Nikki the God, respect to Nikki the God. Let me get y'all raise your hands because I don't want to start letting folks up, and you know how it is. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to push the button. I'm laying here in the bed. Okay. I don't know what's going on with that. People hitting the button. Let's get Pootie. This cat named Pootie. Let's get Pootie. Pootie in the building. Let's get Pootie in the building, ladies and gentlemen. All right, y'all raise your hand.
Yeah.
All right,
man, I'm out, man. Okay, so I'm gonna
so
touch
King
base.
Daniel, shout out to everybody in here.
Okay, Shabaka, thank you for calling.
But yeah, man, when we delineate, man, a lot of folks get nervous because now you have to name who's creating all this stuff. And you know, now the gravy train is slowing down. All right, let me see. Dad and them. I'm trying to get a lot of people in here. Let me see. Who we got? Let's get DJ Brad. DJ Bradzilla. What's up, DJ Bradzilla? DJ Bradzilla, you in here, brother? All right. DJ Bradzilla, you in here? Or let's get Gold. Who we got? Gold Coast, JD. JD. Okay, he didn't mean it. He's getting his keys, about to go to the strip joint. All right. Gold Coast, you in here? All right. Come on, y'all. Here we go. Come on. All right, this is what I'm saying. People hit the button and don't mean to hit the damn button. All right. Let's do this so we ain't just trying to get everybody who hits the button by mistake. Tone Camp, you in here?
Yep, I'm in here, bro.
You hit the button by mistake, or did you mean to hit the button?
I did, man. But look, happy Friday, and I just wanted to say, I was listening to you the other day on the platform, and one of the elders was talking to you about like kind of moving around from Cali. You know, like it wasn't gonna be too cool pretty soon. I just wanted to know what was your take on that.
Yeah, man. And you know what? And that was Queen Mother Empress out of Detroit. And she's she's a savant. She sees things, and she was actually on the money, because right after she said that, thank you for the call. After she said that, the next day we're out here looking at the news, and we start getting warnings about attacks out here in California. The governor got on TV saying, "Hey, everybody, watch out here in California, because we got credible threats of attacks and fires and bombs." And so I'm like, okay, well, that sister was on the money. Was that Gold Coast?
Yeah.
Gold Coast?
What's up, Tariq?
Is this Gold Coast or Pootie?
It's Pootie.
Okay. Gold Coast ain't saying that. What's going on with you, Pootie?
That much, just cool.
What city you in, Pootie?
I'm in LaGrange, Georgia right now.
Cool. Is that where your family from?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
FBA, born and raised.
All day. What's going on with you, brother?
Nothing but, man, just late at night, I work night shift, so I'm up doing school work.
Oh, love that. Are you at work right now, or just doing work at home?
Nah, I actually work like 3 days out the week and off 4. So I'm in school currently. I'm a former truck driver as well.
Oh, cool. I can grind. And how you sound like a young brother. How old are you?
31.
Okay. Yeah, get that money, brother. Absolutely.
Appreciate you.
Yes, indeed, man. All right, let's get Ayo. Let's get Ayo in the building. Ayo. Let's get Ayo in the building, ladies and gentlemen. All right, they having is there an echo? Can y'all hear an echo? All right, hold on, waiting on them their pages to load up. They're having some difficulties, so while they're doing that, I will look in the request queue. All right, let's get done. Let's try done. All right. Yeah, and I'm definitely going to get a second spot. I'm definitely going to do that. I had one in Atlanta. I had a house out there, and I sold that house. And I want to get something in Texas, definitely Houston. I fell in love with Houston. I absolutely fell in love with Houston. Houston's fly as hell, man. I absolutely fell in love with Houston. Houston is fly. All right. Let me see who we got. Yes, we got 6 days for the crowdfunding for Hidden Color 6. 6 days. All right. Let me see who we got. I like Houston. You know, I liked about Houston because I went to certain neighborhoods and, you know, you have kids still playing outside. I saw that. You don't see that out here in California like that. So damn dangerous. But yeah, out there, just seeing, you know, black families in the suburbs and the black kids outside playing and riding their bikes and chopping it up. That's beautiful, man. That's absolutely beautiful. You know, you see a lot of that. Okay, hold on, man. This dude has sent requests for the last 10 minutes. I keep denying him requests. Okay.
Hello.
How come you keep requesting and I keep denying, man? I keep denying for a reason. Yeah, I'm denying for a reason, man. You done made requests for like the last 10 minutes, man. If I keep denying the request, that means I don't really want to get on right now. I'm doing some other shit, man. Damn. I'm just sitting there looking dumb. Okay. Dude, I don't want to get on. I know they want to battle. Dude. They keep getting denied and they'll just do the shit all night if you don't say nothing to them. You got to physically tell, hey, man, get the hell on somewhere. You
And erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. From the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Righty, y'all. I think we're gonna conclude now. I appreciate y'all tapping in. We got through all the topics. So I guess we can cover to all this free real quick. So to all, I'll close out after this topic right here. To all this free claims Black Americans from New Orleans or Florida or Caribbean. So our brother Chase is gonna give us an update on that.
I'm a little late on this. I've been very, very busy this week working on some projects, but I had to address this because these are popular talking points that are spewed by a lot of these Democratic shills out here, like Joy Reid, who's one of the top dogs for the Democrats as far as spewing misinformation. So we got to check it, family. We got to check it and we got to correct it. But before we do all that, family, make sure you like the video, you subscribe to the channel, you hit that bell icon, and also you go get a free copy of my best-selling book, 19 White Men Who Admitted There Were Indigenous Black People in Americas, and also my newest book, Old Black Money. If you have Old Black Money, please, please, please take a few seconds, leave a review on the Amazon page, family. That would mean a lot to me. That helps to spread the message, okay, of what we got going, okay? So please leave a review. With that being said, let's take a quick minute to get straight into the straight.
Wish American Blacks could get the chance to learn what colonialism did to Africa, because it's not like African people didn't suffer. And I think there's a sense that African people sold us away and forgot about us, but they forget those people were destroyed. As Michael Harriot said when we had him on for our Black History special, if Black people were selling other Black people, why did you need a fort? If this was a transaction that was mutual and the kings of Africa were just selling off Black, well, then why did you need to build giant forts? You build giant forts because you were having wars with those kings who you were stealing their people.
Oh, hold on. These folks, oh my goodness. These folks are the kings and queens of revisionist history, family. A couple things, few things, let's break down, and I want you to look up and verify everything that I'm saying. And I'm also, you know how we do it, family. We're gonna put sources and receipts on the screen for you to see, so the people at home who are watching and can follow along. Let's be clear. It is true that most of the castles or forts that are known, like Elmina, that now sits in Ghana, were built by Europeans. They were built by Europeans. Here's the key point, though, family. The cannons in most of these forts were pointed towards the sea, not towards the inland. They were pointed towards the sea because Europeans were worried about other European powers, the Portuguese, the Spanish, coming in and raiding their castle. These forts were used not only to hold enslaved Africans, but also to hold gold, timber, and other valuable resources. So they were like, okay, we got to make sure that the Spanish or the Portuguese, whoever, doesn't come in and just take over our castle and steal all of our resources. Okay? They were not pointed inland. They were not worried about the African kingdoms and empires raiding their castle and freeing their merchandise or taking back their resources. When they set up these castles, family, or these forts, they did not hostile take over the coastline. They were allowed to come in by the local African kings or chiefs in order to set up shop, in order to engage with trade. See, the European powers realized early on, one significant raid, you had the raid of, I believe it was 1444. It's known as the Senegal raid. Okay, in 1444, the Europeans, the Portuguese, tried to come in and kind of bully the Senegalese, what would become the Senegalese people. Of course, there was no such thing as the Senegalese people back then. But they tried to come in and bully them, and they actually lost that war. Okay, they got their ass whooped. They like, okay, damn, these Africans, they're pretty good militarily. Okay, they know the lay of the land. We can't just go in here and bully them. So what the Europeans realized in those early 1400s, 1500s, and 1600s is, okay, as they began to recognize and discover America, they said, hey, damn, I need laborers. And they studied African society. They realized there was a lot of tribal beef going on. A lot of tribal beef going on. There was a lot of people held as prisoners of war. They were just holding them captive. They weren't really doing nothing with them. So they said, hey, man, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do this gun for enslaved labor trade. I'm going to give you some guns, our old guns or some janky guns, and you're going to give me 100 Igbo people. You dig? Who are your rivals that you have and you're holding as prisoners of war. You're not doing anything with them. You don't trust them to live within your kingdom because these are part of the warrior class, many of them. So you know what? Give them to me. Give them to me, and in exchange, we'll give you some guns. Okay? And so in order to hold these merchandise and resources and enslaved people, they built forts and castles on the coast. Okay? And their cannons, again, were not pointed towards the inland. They weren't worried about the chiefdoms. They're the ones who sanctioned them to build the forts. So stop lying. They weren't at all worried about no damn African raids. They're the ones who are doing business. They're in business with Africans. They're worried about other European powers coming from the sea and stealing their fort and setting up shop and stealing their resources and their enslaved, which were seen as merchandise. Point number two I want to make, which is very crucial, we often lose sight of the reality of this, and that is through these forts like Elmina. Remember, family, most enslaved Africans didn't go through those forts or castles, as they called them. They weren't held there. They were held in barracoons. Barracoons were these mud hut-like structures that usually had straw tops and roofs. These were specifically designed to hold enslaved Africans or enslaved prisoners of war. These were built strictly by Africans. Most people who were enslaved, who got to the coast and were eventually put on European ships, came out of barracoons, family. Remember, our great sister, foundational Black American sister in 1927, Zora Neale Hurston, wrote a book called Barracoons. And she highlighted one of the last enslaved Africans to come over here to the United States of America, a brother by the name of Kojo Lewis. All right. Which leads me to my next point, because a lot of these folks like Joy Reid, they like to play this whole little game of, oh, they didn't know what they were doing. Remember, the brother Kojo Lewis was taken by the women of Dahomey, the same empire, nation state they made Woman King, the movie Woman King after. And that's why a lot of people had a problem with that movie, because these folks were notorious slave traders. And in the movie, they tried to act like they were freeing slaves. They completely did a whole revisionist point of history. Long story short, the women of Dahomey enslaving Africans was such a big part of their culture and such a part of their tradition, and they knew what they were doing. They had a thing or a ritual called the Tree of Forgetfulness, and they would walk their enslaved around the Tree of Forgetfulness, hoping that they would forget what they had done to them. Okay? They knew exactly what they were selling people into. They didn't think they were, selling this. They were just innocently giving them their prisoners of war, thinking they would start a better life somewhere else. No, they weren't. They knew exactly what they were doing. All right? That's why they had traditions like the Tree of Forgetfulness. But guess what, women of Dahomey? We didn't forget, and nor are we going to forgive. Because let's be clear, people like Joy Reid and these other tethers, they sit here and tell us, family, we're supposed to forgive them because they made a janky deal. Oh, yeah, we made a deal with the devil, but the devil got us too, so all needs to be forgiven. We just need to come together and sing Kumbaya. No. We're not going to forgive you because you made a bad deal on the back end. Okay? Because it was all hunky-dory. Y'all were all caked up with the white supremacists when you thought you were getting something. Then when the tables turned and they start whooping your ass and eventually colonizing you later on, now you want to holler, hey, the white man did it to us too, nigga. Now you want to try revisionist history. Well, nigga, those cannons were pointed inland. We were trying to save you. No, nigga, we know history. It's already been documented. We know about your participation. And we damn sure ain't finna forgive you for it, especially when you act like you didn't even participate now. These folks want to escape accountability every time they get an opportunity or downplay their role to a few random tribes. All right. Remember that Frank Zanu dude was trying to do, nigga, it was one tribe doing it. Stop it.
Stop it.
And then on top of that, you sell us out, and then your descendants come here later on, and they're very disrespectful. They work as tethers to cosplay as us and undermine us.
Yeah.
To disrespect us in the country we end up building. These folks come here, start calling us Hakadas and talking about we have no culture and we don't know where we're from. And then tell us we need to forgive them for the janky deals they made. Try to shame us into unity when they ain't got no damn unity in their homeland. And their disunity, their culture is the reason why some of us are over here, because as we know, there were indigenous Black people already here. But they participated in the slave trade. You dig? But let's continue. Let's see what else Joy got to say.
Or if you were selling and buying.
And that's something that people like, that's the information that gets passed out a lot. You heard, well, your people sold.
They love to throw that out there. Take the burden off them.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Because the history gets distorted that way.
Are they lying? A question for the tethers, because I know all of y'all sit here and you watch my videos and you're always low-key in the comment. Are they lying? Did Africans not sell out other Africans? Did you not heavily participate in the slave trade on your end? Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm very humble and open to knowledge. Correct me if I'm wrong, family. Let me know. Humble me in the comment section, FBA family. Let me know. You dig?
And it minimizes. And I've always been a person, and I know they trash me on online.
And rightfully so.
I want to know, like, what is the connection point? Because you said it. Once that happened, it cut the connection. I literally physically saw it when you said that, almost like a cord being like. Is there ever going to be a connection point between African immigrants and Black Americans?
It's already
happening
now.
Yeah.
It's happening now.
Yeah.
If you go to Ghana right now, you will see African Americans on every street. Yeah. They're getting their residency. They're getting their citizenship. Yeah. They're moving back. They're reinvesting. Africans
And that's another thing they do. They love to over-exaggerate the presence of foundational Black Americans in places like Ghana. In others' family, I think the last estimate I seen, there was roughly about 5,000 to 10,000, maybe. I think it was like 5,000 foundational Black Americans who permanently live in Ghana. Okay? I mean, very, very, very few on the grand scale of things. Ain't nobody running and permanently moving to Ghana like that. Okay? Let's be clear, because Ghana don't have the infrastructure of America. Okay, Ghana is very expensive. See, that's what they don't tell you. That's why a lot of times when you see these folks getting these quote unquote citizenships, a lot of the people they advertise to you are always FBA celebrities. They're always celebrities and well-to-do off people who have vacation homes everywhere. They got vacation homes in Europe. They got places in the Caribbean. They got 10 houses across the United States, and they got them a little spot in Ghana. But they had like they're moving there because it's just such a better life in Ghana. No, they just add to their real estate portfolio. You dig? That's all that is. And hell, if you're gonna offer them a citizenship in the process, cool. But ain't nobody sitting up here packing up and moving to Ghana like that. Especially not on the scale that y'all flee over here. Remember, there's hundreds of thousands of Ghanaians over here in the United States. There's hundreds of thousands of Nigerians over here in the United States. Okay, there's hundreds of thousands of Jamaicans. There's hundreds of thousands of Haitians. Okay, the so-called Black diaspora flees over here in massive numbers. And y'all ain't coming over here with no damn bag. You coming over here trying to get the bag. Complete difference. So those are not like and like. Stop acting like, oh, people just seeing such an opportunity in Ghana and they're just taking advantage of it. They're living their best life. No. People over there adding to their damn real estate portfolio. Many of these folks are already well-to-do. So stop with the exaggeration of Ghana. Please stop.
We reconnected the umbilical cord ourselves. And that's why you always talk about why people are mad. The 1619 Project was one of those moments where Black people said, no. We're going to recreate our own history. We're going to tell our own story. And that story does not mean that we come from slavery. We don't come from slavery. You all come from oppressing. You guys come from robbery and theft, and you need to own that. Yeah. But we are starting to like tell our own story and reconnect ourselves to Africa. And
family, I didn't know Joy Reid was French. Ain't no we, Joy. Ain't no we. It's FBAs are telling their own story, as we always have. Going back to the days, as I say, of W.E.B. Du Bois and the Zora Neale Hurstons of the world, we've always told our own stories and stood on lineage business. Let's be clear. You, Joy Reid, for people who don't know, she's Congolese on her father's side. Her father is from the Congo. Her mother is from Guyana. Joy Reid is not FBA. She's talking about, oh, yeah, we're telling our own story, the 1619 Project. The 1619 Project is highlighting a foundational Black American story and what foundational Black Americans have contributed to America. You, ma'am, are a first-generation American. You are not FBA. So it ain't no we in that. Stop trying to tether on to what we are doing as foundational Black Americans. See, I told you, family, these folks like Joy Reid and other people with non-FBA backgrounds, they love to come over here and tether themselves on our struggle and what we achieve and pass it off like it's their own. Like they were with us lock and step in the struggle when these folks are first-generation Americans. All right? And that wouldn't be a problem if they weren't turning around and attacking the very lineage who gave them their rights, the very lineage who are achieving these things. They use our momentum, our achievement, our struggle, our grassroots movement in order to empower them in their lineage and tell us, no, you should be more focused on immigrants and symbolism, getting this quote unquote Black woman, Kamala Harris, in office and not tangibles. Remember, this is the same Joy Reid. She's sitting up here talking about some we this, we that. This is the same Joy Reid who said this and platformed this woman. We ain't forgot.
Identified at least 5 existing campaigns that are focused on getting Black people to do only one thing, not vote for the Democrats.
And can you name one of those 5 campaigns? I mean, we put up from the report that you're saying that there's a conversation about reparations that has to do with it. There's a criminal justice conversation. Yes. There's an immigration. Go on.
reparations, immigration, reparations, immigration, and anything that has to do with the criminal justice system. So the reason that the targeting of Kamala around being a cop is important is because anything that hinges on criminal justice becomes a divisive issue.
Very quickly, we're out of time, but how can people tell the difference between the real, genuine thing of Black Lives Matter and the ones that are just designed to make you not vote? How do you even tell?
So you can tell right away by the language that they use most of the time. But if you see anyone who says basically tangibles or you're not getting our vote without us getting something back, you should start to pause and take a better look at what they're saying. Better look at those accounts and seeing what they're saying.
You heard it, family. That's a real clip. That's from about 5-6 years ago. Anybody, they were calling us bots. Anybody who uses the term foundational Black Americans, we weren't real. Y'all remember this era. We weren't real people. Anybody who asks the Democrats for tangibles, you dig? Anybody who asks the Democrats for something for their vote, we're bots and we're pushing disinformation. This is what Joy Reid and these Democratic shills were pushing. But now it's we. We doing all this, we doing all that. No, you are not our representative. And this is exactly why we delineate, family. That video right there is a prime example of why we delineate. Because she's sitting around here talking about we this, we that, acting as if she's a foundational Black American and she comes from a lineage of fighting and resistance and struggle in this country, then turn around and attack the idea of people from that lineage wanting to get tangible specific to them, asking for something for their vote. Stop it. Ain't no we.
Invest in Africa and realize there's a huge bounty of human capacity, of financial capacity, and that together we're like the most powerful weapon on earth.
Yeah, and I feel that energy. I've done 9 countries. I want to go to more countries in Africa. I want to do all 54.
Same.
I want to be able to go to Madagascar and say I met somebody from Madagascar. But like what I noticed
and bring back a wife for your friends.
but what I love is like there is this similarity and this connection through all of the countries I've been to in Africa. Like there is this connection that I feel the same being here, growing up in America. And I'm like, I just want to see and minimize or eradicate the confusion that is the distrust or the pointing fingers at each other. Well, you guys are this way, or you look down and you think you're better. You're an African booty scratcher.
Well, how do you think?
Oh, and family, you know, we couldn't go an episode without hearing African booty scratcher, family. You know, that's their go-to line whenever they want to play the victim card. When I grew up, they were called an African booty scratcher, and they just never recovered, even though this Negro is damn near 50 now. They just never recovered from African booty scratcher. Okay, family? And as a side note, you know, a lot of tethers, they always threw out these little clips of them misrepresenting the history and lying and crying about the history. They always try to act like, oh, well, I just want us to all be connected. I just want us to all be unified and be on one accord with each other. Okay, you can start by shutting the hell up. Tethers, you want unity, shut the hell up and get the hell out of our way. And focus on your homeland and your people and what you got to do in building that up. Stop trying to run around and use our momentum and trying to be the representative of us and tell us what we need to do. We do not take lessons on revolution from people who fled the revolution. You dig? We do not want to hear nothing about unity, about reconnecting, about what we're doing wrong when your homeland is in shambles. When you got 3,000 goddamn ethnic groups on the continent of Africa who can't get together to gain stable electricity, who can't control the resources in their damn country because they always infighting, even though they're 95% of the country. So the 5%, the damn Asians and white folks in your country are controlling all the damn resources. Got you living in shanty towns while they're living high on the hill. I don't want to hear no warfare or strategic lessons from you. I want you to shut the hell up, get out of our way, and stop undermining us. And if you want to do anything, get on code with us. You dig? But let's continue.
They stole us.
Yeah.
I mean, their method was to say, hey, tribe number one, sell me somebody from tribe number two, or give me your prisoners of war from that tribe. They're not, remember, these people didn't think of themselves as all black. You're this tribe, I'm that tribe. If I have prisoners of war from the other tribe, okay, I'm going to go ahead and let them go to you. And then they got greedy and said, you know, it's not enough for me to give you your prisoners of war. I'm going to go back and just take people, right? But it did start out as, I'll take my prisoners of war. They didn't think it was going to be endemic slavery forever.
Right.
And then once they got greedy and were like, come and taking people, then there were the fights. But
No. It wasn't no damn fight. It wasn't no damn fight. Y'all signed again a janky deal. Don't try to diminish that. Hold accountability. You were signing a janky deal.
Right, sure.
You went along with the janky deal as long as it lined your pockets and it got rid of your rivals and the tribes you didn't like.
Right.
And then when there was no tribes left, hey nigga, they started getting some of you, and you became less powerful where other tribes could enslave you. Then it's, hey nigga, this is foul. This is fucked up, nigga. No. Take accountability for the janky deal you signed. You don't get no forgiveness. You don't get no compassion for you signing a janky deal and going along with the show for hundreds of years. But let's finish up.
Even in the Caribbean, like there are a lot of African Americans who think of Caribbean blacks as like foreign. They're probably your cousins. If you're in New Orleans, you're probably Haitian.
Oh Lord, family, what is this woman talking about, family? This is a prime example of why we don't let tethers represent us and talk for us. This is a prime example of why delineation is a must. It's a must. What is she talking about? What is she talking about, family? If you're from New Orleans, if you're from Louisiana, you're probably Haitian. Them your cousins. No, the hell they ain't. And let's be clear, they run around here. Tethers are big on the Columbus mentality. And I always tell y'all this. This is a mentality they get from colonizers. What tethers like to do is they like to start history when they arrived on the scene. They love to do that. They love to start history when they arrive on the scene. Because what they try to do is they try to say that everybody in Louisiana is of some type of Haitian descent, because the Haitians, during the Haitian Revolution, you had Haitian refugees who fled to Louisiana. You had Haitian refugees who fled to Louisiana. Now, what's important to understand about that is, number one, of these Haitian refugees, many of these people were white people. They were white people who were Haitian. These were slave owners who were fleeing Haiti because of the Haitian Revolution. They didn't want to lose or be killed during the Haitian Revolution and lose their assets, so they fled to other French territories. One of them was New Orleans. All right? A significant amount of them were white. A significant amount of them were also what they call octoroon or quadroon. This is 1/8 black. They were 1/4 black. These were people, a lot of people who were passing for white as well, because common sense would tell you, if you were enslaved and during the Haitian Revolution, they were freeing the slaves, you would want to stay. These were the people who were white slave owners and a part of the collaborator class who were participating in the system of slavery, because you had those, they were big on that colorism or class system out there in the Caribbean. If you were octoroon, you had more privileges and benefits. They didn't want to lose those benefits. So they're like, shit, I'm going to New Orleans too. All right. And you also had some, probably 3,000 to 4,000, who were enslaved Black Haitians who had to go to New Orleans as well. But even with that context, the most important thing to remember, family, and I hope the tethers will listen, there were already Black people in Louisiana before the Haitian Revolution. There were already foundational Black Americans who were enslaved and free in Louisiana before the Haitian Revolution, going back to the early 1700s, 100 years before the Haitian Revolution. So what are you talking about? Majority of the people in Louisiana now are not Haitian, they're foundational Black Americans. Let's be clear about that. For some reason, they want to act like anybody who was enslaved or in French territory was Haitian, and they weren't. They weren't. You already had enslaved Black people in and working those lands, building up the Louisiana territories and walking around free in those territories. You dig? So again, what are these tethers talking about? This is exactly why we don't let them represent us.
You know, I mean, if you're in Florida, you are probably from Barbados because you probably have first cousins in Barbados. You know, they would drop people off in the Caribbean and then sell them to South Carolina. Like the route was often Caribbean, then the U.S.
That's where they would break slaves usually.
They would break them in the Caribbean, 100%, and then bring them here. So it's like a lot of people, their first stop was not Virginia or South Carolina. It was Jamaica.
Yeah.
The same tether talking points, family. This is why we delineate. The same tether talking points. And again, I broke this down in my previous video. Go check that one out as well. Most foundational Black Americans who came to America via the transatlantic slave trade and they were enslaved Africans came directly to the United States. They did not come through the Caribbean. They love telling that lie. Oh, they went to Africa, then they went to the Caribbean, then they went to the United States. That's a lie, okay? Most of them came via Africa directly to the United States of America, right around 85%. Okay, only 15% stopped in the Caribbean island, then went to the United States. And even of those 15%, I break this down. The Caribbean was used as a distribution hub. What would happen is these slave traders, they would change out of their deep sea vessels that they used to navigate the Atlantic Ocean. And once they got to the Caribbean, they would get in something smaller. They would get in something smaller. They would check their merchandise, which were the enslaved Africans, make sure they were healthy, they weren't sick, who was rebellious, who I have to leave back in the Caribbean to put on seasoning plantation, X, Y, and Z. And then they would go to the United States. Most times this took a couple weeks to a month. You do not have an ethnogenesis in a couple weeks or a month. These folks have turned a pit stop into these people being Caribbean. They were not Caribbean. The same way you're not Caribbean when you take a cruise to the Caribbean island for a couple weeks and you stay there and you vacation there. You're not Caribbean then. You're still FBA, family. You do not have an ethnogenesis in a couple weeks, a couple months, or even a couple years, because some went to seasoning plantations, then they went to the United States. But the vast majority were there a couple weeks or a couple months in order to change vessels, in order to be sold at auction blocks, to see where they would be divvied off. Okay? Let's be clear. And again, that number was only 15% that even touched the Caribbean island and went to the United States of America. In overall, family, of the 12.8, 12.9 million Africans who were involved in the transatlantic slave trade, only 4 to 5% made it to the United States of America. The mass majority of those folks stayed in the Caribbean. They went to South and Central America, places like Mexico and Brazil. Let's be clear, which means a significant part of the growth of the enslaved population in the United States actually came from the indigenous population that was already here, which we talk about on this page and which we acknowledge as foundational Black Americans. That's how our population grew so much. In fact, from 1619 to like 1719, that first 100 years of which they document enslavement, we know there was slavery before that, but for those first 100 years, there were more enslaved indigenous people in this country than there were Africans. And the only reason there was a changeover is because of the Yamasee War. But again, I talked about that in previous videos. I'm not going to go too deep on that. Don't let these folks run game on you. They always want to Caribbeanize or Africanize us, anything in order to not give credit to foundational Black Americans. And as it pertains to the state of Florida and the United States in general, majority of Caribbean people in this country came here after the 1970s. They came here after the 1970s. The vast majority of people in Florida, I would even argue to this day, are foundational Black Americans. Okay, you have a significant Caribbean population on like those southern tips, places like Miami. But when you get into really central in North Florida, you get into the Jacksonvilles of the world, you get into the Pensacola's, that's FBA. Family, foundational Black Americans been running around providing the foundation of Florida for hundreds of years prior to a significant wave of Caribbean people coming in. Even the Bahamians down there in Miami, they came in like in the late 1800s. And they made significant contributions. We salute them for that, but they didn't predate the foundational Black Americans down there, because they like to say the Bahamians built Coconut Grove down there in Miami with the help of foundational Black Americans, but they always give them the credit. But remember, before Coconut Grove, you had places like Lemon City. All right. Lemon City was one of the first towns. It actually predates Miami. Before Miami was a city, you had Lemon City, all right, which was built by foundational Black Americans, all right. Some of the neighborhoods in there were named after foundational Black Americans, like Bowlestown, named after John Bowles, FBA, all right. The reason why many of you have never heard of Lemon City, and Lemon City never gets this recognition, is because Lemon City is now known as Little Haiti. All right. The neighborhood they call Little Haiti down there that they always brag about was originally a FBA built town called Lemon City. But they purposely renamed it in order to try to erase our history and our contributions. But this always happened. Foundational Black Americans been putting in work in Miami, in Florida forever. Even before Lemon City, you had a place that was built by foundational Black Americans called Fort Dallas. It was built around a slave plantation. All right. The woman who is considered the mother of Miami, she moved when she first came to Miami. She moved in that location, which is known as Fort Dallas, which was built by or for the U.S. military by enslaved foundational Black Americans. And the reason why they built that family is because the Black Seminoles were down there terrorizing people. I would argue there would be no city of Miami, okay, without foundational Black Americans, because it was foundational Black Americans, because we were controlling that location, that they had to set up a fort. So let's be clear. We are the foundations of Florida. I would argue that we are still the majority of the Black folks in Florida are foundational Black Americans. If you are FBA and you from Florida, you are FBA through and through, let your boy know in the comment section, put FBA all day. You dig? And put where you're from in Florida, because they love to Caribbeanize Florida. Oh, that's the Jamaicans run Florida. Haitians run Florida. I've been hearing a lot of that too. Haitians built Florida. Huh?
Hell no.
So don't let these folks run game on you, family. We are always and will forever be the foundations of this
That's right,
country. And we are the majority of the Black people in this country are FBA, not Caribbean, not continental Africans. But I've done too much talking. This video has been long enough, family. Put a comment in the comments.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Brother Chase. All right. So this is going to conclude season 6, episode 18, part 2 of the Front Line Blacc News. Join us later on today for part 3. In the meantime, make sure that like and subscribe button, and share the broadcast out. Appreciate everybody that came through. Shout out to Keezy for coming through. Shout out to Crew Reality for coming through. Shout out to our brother DSB coming through. Shout out to Leonard Day Judah for coming through. Shout out to Shabaka. Shout out to who else? Black Joe. Shout out to Black Joe for coming through. Shout out to Breeze Omega for coming through. And who else is in here? Dion Carper, which is, then we have the MD come through. Shout out to the MD. And who else? I think that was it. So peace, love, light, reparations, delineations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Sharon Kruma signing off from the Mile High Income and legal migrant for the city. We'll see y'all tomorrow at the City Council. Peace. Or today at the City Council. Peace.